Billy and then all the players.
And they all just cycle through it?
We will not necessarily be here.
Oh, I won't be ahead of 11 o'clock.
I have a.
Yeah.
For about 2 weeks.
Seems like a good idea until you're like,
Don't stop. Dolly Dillerton.
yeah, all these manufacturer stuff. Like, I mean, like even Thursday, they got me helping out with the web stuff. They had up in the film back, so now we had other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody asked me what I thought this guy was thinking.
You're gonna see
All right, here.
you're in bad space right now.
And I said, this is what it looks like when you're talking to people.
Probably be around 4:30.
Oh, the
Coglin slide.
that's not a slide, that's a, yeah.
Hurdle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was constantly being described as a slide, and I was like,
Nope.
technically, that is the, I guess, what, but there's no sliding, actually.
And they say baseball players aren't athletes.
No, I think it's more say baseball, not how you say.
The best part of it was.
I'm gonna open up that
Just
can.
like looking around, what was going on? What just happened?
Why did you do that?
The Reds.
There. Oh, man, Brady. I know.
Yeah.
That's not the only one.
I got the.
That's a kid from Mara. He's your release from Mara. That's good. Good stuff. You guys want to put this thing over here? We got a little room. Bag. Good. Is there room? There's like a spot right here if you wanted to put something.
I'll put our bag.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, not, yeah. You're fairly thin, but I don't know if you should right there. I'm thinking no. I think it might be really uncomfortable.
You know, you could be Eric and just born until he gets here. You just sit in front of him. I mean, he's on a flight, he won't be here till late.
Oh.
Jenny, I've worn the same size jeans for years. So I ordered some online and they came and I'm like,
Too big, too small?
too big.
That's what I figured.
I'm like, why do they keep making these jeans bigger?
Vanity side, to make us feel better.
I just don't really see it now.
You're like, I can wear a what?
I'm like, this is not right.
Yeah, yeah.
Somehow, the world of large t-shirts varies quite a bit.
It does.
Yeah.
Like some large t-shirts I get, it's like, this feels perfect. Others I'm like, this wasn't even described as like the slim fit or anything. I was thinking. And then I'll be like, well, I'll be safe to get the extra large. I'm like, well, I now have a dress.
Exactly. That's right.
I'm seriously, it's gonna happen. It is gonna happen.
The most significant, in my opinion, of which is that they fired Frank Lobo.
I know.
Callum, I like that shirt.
Thanks, man.
With the tumblefoot?
Hey Jay, thanks
Oh.
for taking up all the space, but like, it's nice, like, there's all these camera people here in your
Tell 'em, man.
table, like, to,
Do
like,
it.
that's unbelievable.
Do it.
That is actually ridiculous. Most hated man in the room,
Jay, yes.
besides myself.
Whoever that says.
Oh,
catch
Just a
everybody today.
camera.
Might need to move that camera. Nice lighting, Jack.
Well, I'll just start off, and then I'd be happy to take any questions. The first thing I want to do is I want to personally thank Mr. Bennett and Sam and Troy and the rest of the front office. As a coach, I couldn't ask for more support. People that couldn't be more gracious and helpful in myself and our staff. Trying to do our job each and every day, and I have great appreciation that when you're working with people that you can work collectively and cohesively together and have a shared vision and be on the same page. And I never ever take this organization for granted, and how they've helped myself and our staff just for me personally over the last 2 years. Going back to the start of this season, there was a lot of uncertainty. I think going into this year, just with our roster, a lot of new faces, a lot of new guys. Some of the players I knew a little bit, like Victor Oladipo, just from a recruiting situation, didn't really know. Obviously didn't know Alex at all, didn't know Domas Sabonis, didn't know a lot of these new guys. And then certainly the addition of Norris Cole and Taj Gibson and Doug McDermott, I didn't know those guys. So your first concern going into, I think, to any season is, first and foremost, how's your chemistry going to be? And I think a lot of times people don't get a chance to see what takes place behind closed doors. And I couldn't ask for a better group of guys, and I appreciated so much, in particular on the road, how hard this group, being new, worked together to try to become connected and try to become a closer team and to try to play together. Obviously, with the roster changing over, you're trying to establish an identity, you're trying to establish a style of play, and you're trying to integrate people, and you're trying to figure out how people can be most effective and useful in a particular role. And I thought our team during the course of the season just got better and better. I thought we improved. I think everybody knows the youthfulness of our team. But also I thought with that youthfulness, we were able to gain an enormous amount of experience this season with a lot of young players that I think are only going to continue to get better and improve. My focus now going forward is how do we continue to keep building and continue to keep getting better, because we've obviously got a group of guys that are great guys, great to work with, and I also think have got great upside. So I was really pleased and happy with a lot of the uncertainty going into the year with our roster, what the season would even look like. And I thought these guys from start to finish just did a terrific job coming together as a team, working hard collectively as a group, and trying to continue to get better throughout the course of the season.
What do you think has Russell expressed to you about the makeup of this team and the youth and where it might be going forward?
I think he's pretty clear about that. That's the one thing I would tell you that I appreciated the whole year was just seeing how much these guys came together as a team, how they grew together as a team, how much time they tried to spend with each other to get to know each other. And, I've been around, the whole key to having any chance to be successful is when people are working together. And I was really, really impressed and pleased with the way the group collectively worked together.
You talked about improving. Victor and Steven are two guys that are on longer-term deals, going to be here a while. What do you see areas where they can most improve, and how much better can they?
Well, I think two things. I think one is Victor, statistically had maybe his most efficient season of his career. His numbers or points from here to Orlando are about the same, but he was really efficient for us. Steven, I think, walked into a new role, just being honest. He went into a different role, I think, for Victor and for Steven. This season was really a season of firsts. And that's what I would say for a lot of our guys. It was a season of first. I think it was a season of first for Russell, having to lead a new group of guys. I think it was a season of first for Steven, taking over a more prominent role. I think it was a season of first of Victor coming into a new organization. Same thing with Doug and Taj. There's a lot of seasons of first. I think Steven and Victor will continue to get better, and I think their summers will be very, very important. I think if you look at Steven throughout his career, every year he's gotten better, so I'm encouraged I'm very optimistic that he'll continue to do that. I think Victor having 1 year under his belt here, this will be another, I think, big off season for him to continue to improve and get better. But I'm very optimistic with both those guys. One, because of their character, and I think two, because of their work ethic, and I think three, how deeply they care about the team.
How important was it for those young guys to experience this now? Now they're no longer can they say they haven't been to the playoffs. They've gone through it. They've gone through tough games. Now they understand.
Well, I feel like myself and our staff, what we've got to help, I don't believe that because you're a year older that you become a year better. I think you have to put in perspective what you learned and be exactly on point about what you learned, and then what you've learned is got to then make you better. But to take the route of, well, we've been to the playoffs, we know what to expect now, and then just assume that you're going to get better, I don't think it ever works like that. We've got to really, I think, map out and help our players put into context their season individually, our season collectively as a whole, how to get better and what are the avenues to do that, and the things that they did learn and the things that maybe we learned about them. How do you come together as a group and collaboratively work together to make those kind of improvements? I think that's really important. I think the biggest mistake we could make is to think, okay, this group, you know, for Victor, for Jeremy, for Alex, for Domas, it's the first time they've been through it, absolutely. But we've got to get better from that. And just because you went through it doesn't mean you get better from it, in my opinion.
Billy, you mentioned a season of firsts. What did you learn this season for yourself?
Well, the one thing I always love about coaching is that every season is totally different. You know, I may come into the same office every day, but every day provides something new, and I always, you know, I find that to be great. You know, I feel very blessed and fortunate. A lot of times in jobs, it can be the same old mundane thing. It's not that way, I think, in coaching and when you're around a team. Everything is somewhat new, fresh. You know, I learned a lot about these guys. There was a lot of uncertainty that I had just because you're trying to piece together a team that's totally different with a lot of new and young guys. And the first and foremost, we talked a lot about the chemistry and the cohesiveness and being a connected group and having to play together. And they worked really, really hard at that. So I learned a lot about those guys. You know, as a coach, a head coach, I've dealt with a lot of different experiences in terms of guys that have been younger or older. I do think going through this group and being young, there's no shortcut to getting better. And I think it's important that they understand that as well, too, what we just talked about. Just because of the experiences mean you get better. And there's a process. Like if you want to be very, very, very good and continue to get better, there's no shortcuts to that. That is a long process. And you know, I'd say I learned probably a lot about these guys. Learned a lot about, I think, like every season you coach, you know, just different things, you know, about our team in particular, maybe that I didn't know about before the season started because of the uncertainty.
Obviously, free throw shooting for Andre became a focal point during the playoffs. What do you need to see from him during the offseason?
Well, listen, I mean, Andre gave us an opportunity in, you know, 4 of the 5 games to be right there with his defense and things that he did, and then certainly his scoring average going way up. But this is, you know, a point I would make is Andre is a better free throw shooter than what he showed in that series. And I said, you know, that I have confidence in him, and I do. But, like, that's an area of focus that, you know, he really needs to put the time and effort and energy into this offseason to continue to get better in those areas. And Andre's always been a guy to me, my 2 years being around him, when there's a challenge put in front of him or there's an area that he needs to get better at, he always puts his best foot forward and tries to give everything he has to that. I don't think there's any question he's going to put focus on all areas of his game, but certainly free throw shooting.
Billy, as you've had a year now to coach Russell with this group of guys, whether through analytics or your gut feeling or what you've seen on the floor, do you have a sense of what kind of players are best to surround him with, and the more lineups around him that you think will work best?
Yeah, I mean, I like our team a lot. I like our guys a lot. You know, I would probably defer that to Sam just from the standpoint that I got a lot of trust and confidence in Sam. I think he works tirelessly each and every day to try to figure out ways to improve our team. I think he'll look at that. We'll probably have a chance to sit down and talk about those things. But, you know, Russell in a leadership role, in my opinion, and I think the guys would echo this, you know, took a lot of new guys and a new group of guys and really I think tried to show them the way and was in the trenches, and we were in the trenches together, and we worked hard to connect together. And the biggest thing I can tell you about Russell, which is the most important thing to him, it's always about just guys going out there and competing. And he'll go to battle with anybody. And I feel like our guys, as a group and as a whole, did that. We didn't always play perfect or great, but we went out there and we competed and we played.
Billy, you mentioned that it's not going to be a quick process to get better for this team to go to the next level. How willing do you think Russell is to go through that process after already being through it once before?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're going through a process of improvement. An improvement process takes time for everything. I mean, I think if you look at Russell's improvement process over his career, just how he's continued to grow and develop every single year, you know, I expect and anticipate the same thing's going to happen. You know, at the end of the day, I've been, you know, in the college level and here now in the NBA level, there's only one team happy every year. Every other team's trying to get better, and that's just the reality of it. And I've always felt like this as a coach, and I learned this when I was really, really young, because having a chance to be a part of 2 national championships, losing in a national championship game, when the season ends and you're not the last team standing, there's purpose and meaning in every season. And there was purpose and meaning in this season to help us get better. And we'll be better for what we went through this year. And I couldn't be any more encouraged with the quality of people and the character that I had a chance to work with, you know, each and every day. So improvement always takes time. I can't tell you that the jump we'll make will be from here to here, where it will be. But every team, maybe outside of one, is trying to get better. And that's what we're always going to do, is try to get better.
With the way the game is headed, it seems like Jeremy Grant's the type of guy that might have, you know, an important, prominent role moving forward. What would you challenge him to focus on heading into this summer?
Yeah, I think his versatility, what he did, you know, in this series, it was unique because Ryan Anderson played some center spot for them. But, you know, he's played anywhere from the small forward spot to the center spot for us. I love his versatility. I think he got more and more comfortable as the year went on. He shot the ball well from behind the three-point line. I still think there's more to his game, and he can continue to get better. I'm encouraged with him. And, again, I think coming to a new team when he did, being traded, missing a lot of training camp. I mean, we had, you know, Jeremy, we had Doug, we had Norris, we had Taj. You know, those guys all missed training camp, and I couldn't have been more pleased with the way they came in. And you know, even Doug, Taj, and Norris coming in when they came in February, that's not easy. You know, it's not easy for Taj Gibson to come into a situation where he's, you know, been with an organization for his entire career, and now there's a change in the, you know, middle of the day, and now he's here in Oklahoma, and just his professionalism, the way he handled himself. Same thing with Doug, and the same thing with Jeremy. You know, that he's gonna. I think these guys going through what they went through is only going to make them better.
Did Jeremy prove he's maybe more power forward than small forward as the season went on for you guys?
Well, he's got. Yeah, I mean, he's got. I think there's certain times the power forward spot he's got some advantages, because one of his greatest strengths that probably people don't talk about is he's a terrific rim protector and he's a great shot blocker. And sometimes in those situations he could be a little bit closer to the basket at that power forward spot to protect the rim than more so at the small forward spot.
Assuming he's back, how do you get the most out of Ennis as this league sort of continues to evolve, more perimeter-oriented bigs, and just the way the game's changing?
Well, I think you got to look at a couple things. The first thing is, one, is the Houston series just calling it like it is, and I think any playoff series is about matchups, you know. And before Ennis hurt his forearm, I think everybody here would at least give to strong consideration that he was in the running for the Sixth Man of the Year. So we would not have had the type of season without Ennis that we had. The second part of that was playing Dallas last year in the playoffs and them doing some different things with Nowitzki playing him at the 4 and the 5. Going into that next series against San Antonio, if he's not on our team, we probably, you know, don't maybe have a chance to advance to play against Golden State. You know, if we were fortunate enough to pass and get by Houston, he would have been extremely prominent in the next round against, you know, Memphis and or San Antonio. So I think the playoffs are about matchups and just call it like it was. This was a tough matchup part, but also Ennis contributed an awful lot to our team to put us in a position to be in the playoffs with the way he played throughout the course of the season. So I think probably for him, he's a competitor. He wants to be out there like any of these guys do. But also, I think he also understands that sometimes those matchups can be difficult.
That being said, you feel like you can play with two traditional bigs with Ennis and Steven on the floor, even as
I feel like you have to be able to play multiple ways. You know, this was a series where, I thought we did a really, really good job on Ryan Anderson in this series, and he's been a real prominent and important piece to their team. And, maybe he didn't have the impact on the series like he's had with their team during the course of the year. Maybe the next series he's a huge factor. But I do think you have to be able to play multiple ways. And, I don't think you can sit there and say, listen, we can never have a big lineup out there because there's going to be times where you're going to need that. And there's certainly some times, certainly against Houston, we needed some small lineups out there.
How much do you see DeMonis having a bigger role on this team next year after what you saw from him his rookie year?
Yeah, I don't really look at it that way. I look at it more that he gained an awful amount of experience. He obviously started a good portion of the season for us. He played a lot of minutes as a rookie on a really, really good team, which I thought was helpful. I think that he's going to be able to improve. I think anytime you're a rookie, you go through your first year, usually you make a pretty big jump, in my opinion, just experience-wise, with the length of the season, 82 games, the normal rhythm and pattern of an NBA season. I think he'll get better. How our team looks next year, I do feel totally confident that he'll be a strong factor to our team, going forward.
The 10,000-foot view, is there any point in the season when you felt this team turn the corner before the trade or after the trade, winning 7 out of your last 9? What's your take on just looking up that high the whole season?
Well, again, I think when you go back and look at the whole season, it was a season of, in a lot of ways, not playing with a full complement of roster, obviously. Victor Oladipo missed 9 games, with his wrist injury. Enes Kanter goes out before the All-Star break with his broken forearm. We come back out of All-Star break. Enes comes back. Victor goes out with a back. Then we had Norris, Taj, and Doug. And I think it took us some time. I think there was some games that we probably lost because we had some new pieces we were trying to integrate very, very quickly. So that's what I'm saying. With what this team did, with the injuries and the changes and all the different things that transpired during the course of the season, I think from your standpoint, Mike, the overall view, it was pretty remarkable what these guys did, because we had to battle through some different things throughout the course of the season.
What Semaj did, here's a guy who's played in Europe, played in the D-League, and then all of a sudden here he is in the NBA and at times playing in important games.
There's, to me, as a coach, you because when you're not the last team standing, there's different things that you go through that make what you do every day extremely valuable. Being with Semaj last summer and seeing how he was in training camp and the growth that he made, for me as a coach, was really rewarding because it was the hard road for him. It wasn't the easy road. It was the D-League. It was overseas. It was coming back. Is he going to make the team? Is he not going to make the team? It's Cameron Payne's hurt. He's the backup point guard. Now when Cameron comes back, he's out. And then Cameron's traded and Norris Cole comes in. He's back out. Then we come back with him. And his maturity as a young guy to put the team first, to do whatever I asked him to do of what I thought may be best for the team, and his ability to stay ready, for Kyle Singler at the end of the year to do what he did, going through long stretches where he did not play, was great. The unselfishness of Semaj and what he did, I couldn't be any prouder of him because what he went through this year wasn't easy, to keep yourself ready, especially being young and it's your first year in the league. He did a great job.
Do you regret at all not using Victor more at point during the regular season?
Yeah, I think I always say this. Victor is in a lot of situations with the second unit where the ball's in his hands and he's playmaking, and sometimes from an offensive perspective, it's easy to stay consistent running offense because the minute you go from a small forward to a power forward, or you go from a 2 guard to a point guard, the whole playbook changes. And I've always said this, okay, like what's a point guard? Does the guy bring the ball up the court on a made basket? So that makes him the point guard? You know, to me, a point guard is somebody that can create and generate and make plays. So even though at times he didn't bring the ball up the court, he still, I think, in that second unit, he and Ennis were our two main kind of cogs for us offensively. So I'd liked putting the ball in Victor's hands. We did a little bit of that last night against Houston. Part of the reason why I did it is with Doug and Alex out there to provide some shooting. We tried to go with Ennis a little bit earlier in the game. But I've always looked at Samaj as a playmaking, I mean, not Samaj, Victor as a playmaking guard, regardless of if he's bringing the ball across half court or not, because he'll get it in transition sometimes. He'll get it on missed shots. He'll get it through some action, and we put him in some stuff where he can generate and create and make plays. So sometimes the point guard spot's a little bit, you know, people view it as, okay, well, it's a made basket. He must be the point guard. He's bringing the ball up the court. You know, and sometimes a lot of times those guys are actually just initiating offense, and then Victor's the one actually playing kind of the point. But it's hard sometimes for a player to understand a whole playbook when it's totally flipped, and now he's got to remember, where's this guy go, where's that guy, and sometimes that's hard.
Really, some people have dubbed this the season of Westbrook. Said it's the most amazing thing they've ever seen by an individual player. You were obviously there for every moment of that. What are you going to remember most about that?
I mean, his season was historic, and I think it's been well written and well documented. But what I'm going to remember more than anything else is what he did from a leadership standpoint behind closed doors every single day. And that's the unfortunate part that people don't get a chance to see. And, you know, just even bringing Domas Sabonis in when he was struggling in pick and roll offensively to get into the right areas where Russell could find him, and he brings him in at 8:30 in the morning and works with him. You know, Andre's going through a tough situation in Game 4 from the free throw line, and he's yelling from the free throw line at the other end of the court, encouraging him. Just the different things that he did was remarkable. Certainly, everybody saw what took place between the lines. It was historic, it was remarkable. But for him to be in a leadership role and to deal with a lot of new faces that he had to learn how to play with, that he had to learn how to help, those players needed to learn how to help him. They needed to learn to become a team. They needed to learn how to work together. Those are the things that really, really stood out to me. Because like I said, when you're a coach and you're coming in with all these new players and there's all this uncertainty of how good are we going to be, what are we going to look like, how are we going to play, you need someone in a leadership role to pull the group together. And he did a terrific job on the road, those guys going to dinner, spending time, enjoying each other's company, being around each other. You have to be able to do those things so that you can talk and communicate and have a relationship that in the most heated moments you can kind of go to each other and rely on each other. And I was really extremely impressed the way he handled all that this year.
Billy, from the moment you got here, you preached player movement, ball movement, extra pass. Even coming into this season, I think you told the Vertical that the year for Russell Westbrook would be totally different, your phrase, than it was in 2014, that injury-plagued season when he had to carry so much. At what point did it go from that to him leading the league in usage, setting an all-time rate, and why?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Him having to carry so much of the load, how did it go from player movement, ball movement, extra pass, and everyone fitting into a system, into him carrying so much of the load this year, and why?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I look at the usage rate like they look at usage rate, because the usage rate is like turnovers, shots, and getting fouled. There's no assists in there, you know, and he was one of the league leaders in assists. I actually thought he did a terrific job, and I thought we did a very, very good job. I think it's an area with Jeremy Grant and Domas Sabonis we can get better as those guys being ball transferring of the ball. I think Jeremy got better, and you saw signs of him in the playoffs making those plays, and I thought Domas will continue to get better being a rookie. But, you know, Russell, all the usage rate stuff, everybody was saying the same thing the whole entire year after the first 10 games of the season. Can he keep this up? Can he keep this up? Can he keep this up? He's played the same way he's always played. And people think usage rate is wearing him down. Usage rate had nothing to do with wearing him down. I actually thought he did a great job of getting everybody involved. I think the two guys that generated offense for us, or three, was Ennis's post-ups during the course of the year, and I think Ennis got really good at passing the ball out of the post, and the other guy was Victor. And what you've got to do is you've got to basically create situations where your playmakers can make plays for themselves or somebody else. And when they made plays for somebody else, that's where I think a guy like Jeremy and Domas will get better as they start to transfer the ball, move the ball to different places. So I've never been I know everybody talked about the usage rate, and I think everybody was waiting for him just to fall off a cliff and just like peter out and, okay, they're done. I think he learned an awful lot the year before I got here, where he tried to carry the team on his own, and I didn't think he did. I thought he carried the team leadership-wise, but I thought he got everybody really involved, and that's why I thought we became, a good team. And maybe it could have been a team that won maybe more than 50 games had we been healthy in certain situations. But I was really, really pleased with the way he got everybody involved.
I don't want you to focus on the usage rate. I'm just using that as sort of a measurement. Were you pleased with how your philosophy, your style of play, your preferred style of play, of player movement, ball movement, extra pass, played out this season?
I think we can always get better in those categories. I'm always looking to get better, on that end of the floor. I'm always a big believer of ball movement and player movement. I do think a lot of times when Russell plays, because of the ability to attract two defenders and sometimes threes, sometimes his passes lead to direct shots. And sometimes those guys don't need to make an extra pass. But there was times, like in the playoffs, where he found Jeremy Grant in the pocket, and Jeremy went to go dunk the basketball, and help came across, and he took it, and he swung it to the three-point line for a shot. Like, those are the plays that I really, really like. But also the fact that Russell sometimes can generate offense, force somebody else on a direct drive or in transition. The guys run the floor, and he throws a bounce pass, and guy goes in and dunks. Like, we don't need ball movement. And sometimes with him, when he's doing that, we don't need ball movement. Where we need to keep getting better is that when he finds that next guy, and that next guy doesn't have a shot, can we help those guys be able to be playmakers as well to get the ball next side? So I'm always looking for growth and improvement in that, because if teams are going to send a couple people at him and they're going to make the next rotation, that next player's got to be able to make the next pass, and that's something that I'm always focused on.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate
before the season, through the season, as you head into the off season, what are you most excited about in terms of the way that you attack your work as a leader and for yourself individually?
I think just as a team, I think the most important thing is just obviously coming back and trying to be better. I mean, that's kind of the overall goal, I think, for each team. But I think as a team, you got to figure out what things you need to do to get better at. And I think, there's a lot of room for us to grow. We got a lot of young guys to be able to come back and be better. And that's the upside of it all. A lot of guys, this is their first experience in playoff experience and different situations that we were faced with this year with trades and a lot of different things. So, I'm excited about it to be able to, go through a summer and hold full summer of guys, improving on their games.
What will you remember most about this journey personally as far as this season?
Just how we stuck together as a team. I think to me that's the most important part. Like I said last night, with everything happening last summer, people counted us out, and they wasn't sure how many games we'll win or how far we would go or whatever. But I think the group of guys, and we never let that, sunk in our building. We stuck together, and that's the most thing I'm most proud about. Personally, I haven't thought about it as a team. Haven't really thought about that yet either. But one thing I do know is that we got a group of guys that love to work and wants to get better. And I know that guys are going to come back better.
Russ, you took on a new challenge as being the sole voice and the leader for this team, not just on the court but off. Where did you challenge yourself and feel like you grew in your role?
Just each day, just making sure that I came in and wasn't making it about me. I think as a leader, you got to, obviously, with me playing and people understanding that, I'm the leader from the outside looking in, but that don't necessarily mean you're a leader. I truly believe that. I think there's a lot of guys that people just give them a leader because they're the best player. And that is not how it worked for me. I think you have to earn the right to be able to people to say that you're a leader, regardless of how many numbers you put up, how many points, whatever it is that you're doing. I think you have to show leadership, and I think for me that's what I was trying to do every single day, to be able to show the guys that I care about them as a person more than a player, and also want them to improve as a player as well.
Is that something that was it easy for you to take on that role, or was that something that you had to really push yourself?
It's easy because that's naturally who I am. I'm not a guy that I'm a guy that worries about other people, try to find ways to help other people out, and trying to find ways to make the situation easier for everybody. And that's the best thing, to make sure that everybody's happy and embracing and enjoying the moment, because this is something that, us as professional athletes and basketball players, we don't get this moment very often. I think, you want to use every part of it and don't take it for granted.
Russell, as you look to the off season, what's it feel like knowing you're about to take on fatherhood?
Oh, great.
Long-term deal. Is that something you want to do?
That's something, like I said, I haven't thought about anything. Obviously, everybody know that I like Oklahoma City and I love being here. I love everybody here. But I haven't even thought about that. I'm worried about making sure my wife is all right and moving forward with that. Everything else, it really doesn't matter at this point. And that's the most important thing right now, and me moving forward.
Do you know how to change a diaper?
No, you know what? I'm going to learn one. I'm going to have to. So looking forward to that. So that should be fun and exciting. So that's the only thing I'm worried about at the moment. But, obviously Oklahoma City is a place that I want to be. So.
You talked late in the regular season a couple of times about your folks and how important they were, family, those sorts of things. Obviously, I'm sure that they've been a constant, professionally, but personally as well. How have they influenced this time in your life?
It's kind of hard. It says unmatched. I got, from my brother to my wife to my mom, my dad, to even my friends, a tight-knit group of people that consistently are straightforward with me and understand me and understand my focus and what I want to do, for myself, for the team. And I think they do an amazing job of just constantly keep making sure that I stay on path. And whenever I come off and think that I'm not doing the things I'm supposed to be doing, they let me know about it. And I think that's the most important part about family is that they honest. They respect what I do and respect how I like to do it. And they do an amazing job of making my job easy.
Michael Jordan came out to induct you into the Oklahoma Hall of Fame. Oscar Robertson comes out to watch you play. Can you put that in perspective? Just guys of that magnitude coming out and supporting you?
Nope. Honestly, I can't. I never thought, like I've said before, I've never even dreamed about any of those things happening. Being inducted to the Oklahoma Hall of Fame, having Michael Jordan come speak and induct me, that's something that you could never dream of. And obviously having Oscar here, Hall of Fame player, and to be able to have him here in Oklahoma City is not just great for me, but I think it's great for the people here in Oklahoma City to have people of that caliber here in Oklahoma City, for the people, for the fans, for our team. I think it's just an unbelievable honor, and it's something that I never dreamed about and very, very thankful for.
Also, you mentioned the extension, something you haven't thought about yet. Do you have a timetable or a process that you're looking at as that moment approaches?
No. What I just say? You don't care about my baby, huh? You must not. You didn't hear that part, huh?
MVP announcement in late June. Are you planning to be there for that award show?
If they invite me, I'm there. You only can go places you invited. If they invite me, I'll go. That's all I can say. Me and Manny, we ain't got the official invite yet. So when they invite us in, we're going to go.
Russell, for you, what's it been like watching Andre and Steven and Ennis kind of grow into leadership roles on this team?
It's great to see those guys. Obviously, their roles change from this year to this year. The amount of, I wouldn't say pressure, but their roles obviously change, and the amount of things they have to do for our team change. And I think to see them grow into that, to see them embrace that, it's an unbelievable thing. And I know that they want to be better, and they want to continue to grow on that aspect of leadership and being able to come out and consistently play at a high level. So it was good to see that.
What do you think the ceiling is for a guy like Steven Adams when he's younger?
I don't know. I mean, he does so many great things for our team. And at his size, he do a lot of amazing things that other guys can't do. And, I constantly keep drilling that into his head and make sure he understands that I have the utmost confidence in him and his abilities to be able to do different things, and that us as a team, we don't take him for granted the things that he do.
Andre, Steven, and Ennis are maybe a little bit more established in the league. What was it like for you to see a couple guys like Samaje, Jeremy Grant, a second-round pick, guys that might be sort of underdogs, and watch them?
That was even better. I think to have those guys kind of embrace this whole overall experience. Guys like Samaj, and for him traveling, going overseas, going to D-League, and starting a few games, and being in the NBA, playing in big moments, and seeing him do well. That's the most important part, to see guys do well in those moments. Jeremy, even Vic, those guys, Alex Domas, a lot of younger guys, just to see those guys embrace the moment, do well in big games is the most important part, and it's something that, they can be proud of, and it's something that, we can be proud of as a team.
Russ, out of the young guys like Abrinas and Sabonis, was there anything you were particularly proud of as a leader to see development in their game?
Just how they consistently worked. I think that's the most important, regardless of how they were playing, if they were playing. All that put together, those guys came in every day and worked. Was here in the mornings and working out and working on their game and trying to find ways to get better. And I think with the overall culture here and with the Thunder, those guys did a great job of coming in and making sure that they stuck to it.
Was there any particular mindset that you wanted to get across to them throughout the season?
Just to make sure that they come and be ready consistent. I think for me, I want to let the guys know that for years and prior to this year, we won a division. We beat teams, and teams will want to come and beat us, and we gonna have a target on our chest and on our backs, and we want to make sure that we were prepared. And that was a part of my job, to make sure guys understood that, every night teams are gonna come at us, and we got to make sure we're prepared, and not just physically but mentally prepared for the challenge. And I thought the guys did an amazing job of just coming out, competing every night. Obviously, you're not going to win every game, but we have ourselves a great share of great team wins, road wins, home wins, and I thought we did a good job.
Domantas and Alex Abrinas, they both speak Spanish. In their conversations, were you able to pick up any of the words they were?
No, only sometimes. But they were not allowed to speak Spanish in front of all of us. They needed to speak English, but we didn't. I don't know. I know very little Spanish, but they spoke English most of the time.
Russ, you're always so hard on yourself and always talking about the team first, that sort of thing. But is there a moment where you'll tell your son or grandkids, I was the most incredible player that year? Or are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, I mean, there's just that my thinking is a little different. I just, it's really difficult for me to explain, because my mindset, I'm always thinking about how I can, obviously I want to be a great player and want to win and want to have a great season, and each individual player wants to do well, but that's not my sole focus. And whenever I don't accomplish the thing I want to accomplish, and that's winning the championship, it kind of like, I don't reflect on it right away. Maybe down the line I may reflect on it, but for me, that's what's most important, is to making sure that us as a team, we win a championship. And I'm going to do whatever I need to do to make sure that we have an opportunity to be able to do that, or, we put ourselves in position to be able to do it.
Russ, in the off season, every ball player tells himself, how do I get better?
Right.
What kind of season you had, how do you get better?
I mean, there's different things that I can prove on just the top of my head, just in finding different ways to make my teammates better. I think there's games where I can look at the film and see how I can get my teammates better, making sure my leadership is always at top tier. I think the Jordans, the Kobe's, those guys, their leadership was always at the top, regardless of how they were playing, regardless of what time the game was, and making sure that they had their team ready to play. And that's my biggest challenge, is making sure that regardless of what's going on, making sure that our guys are ready to play every single night. And that's the main thing I'm going to work on. Basketball-wise, I'm going to constantly keep doing the same thing and just finding ways to improve on shooting, balance, and different things, and constantly keep expanding my game to where I need to, but it won't be nothing new.
Your shooting did improve quite a bit this season, particularly from three-point range. How did you do it? Was it just more time? Was it a particular coach that you worked with? How did you improve in that way?
I probably shot more. That's probably why. But just being in the gym, and honestly, I don't do nothing special. Just kind of do the same thing that I've been doing, finding ways to make sure that the ones I do shoot, they're on balance, and kind of live in that moment, make sure that I'm shooting on balance ones, and I can live with those and make sure that I'm comfortable with that.
Over the summer, how would contact you when they're reshaping the roster, whether it's Sam Presti or Billy or whoever else in the front office or something like that? How would contact you with those guys? Is that something you discuss with them at all?
Well, I mean, this is kind of like going to be like a first summer for that. But honestly, I'm not, always in the meetings, or I'm not in the meetings. Sam has done an amazing job, and I trust in his abilities and to be able to put guys here that want to be here, for one. But I also want to win the championship and want to go. And I think he's done an amazing job since being here and doing that. And then, if he wants to talk to me about anything, then, we have a relationship where we can talk and discuss a few things back and forth.
Russ, it's pretty clear that physically you don't wear down, but a lot of offense put on you. Do you feel like there are things that you guys can do next year to maybe help lighten that load on you ultimately?
My job, honestly, obviously with the load on our team changes a little bit. And, that's okay. And I think like I said, Sam and those guys will make a decision that's best for our team. My job is not to worry about who comes in or who on the team, and you know, if there's going to be guys to help or if guys are not here to help. My job is to come out and play the cards that you're played, and that's how I think, regardless of if, you know, somebody think we may need help. You know, I honestly thought we had a team that could win, just because of all the intangibles we had. We have a group of guys that, you know, that's able to do a lot of things, and you know, you guys seen games where you can see, you know, some little things like, okay, like you guys have a team that can do it. We, you know, play with the best of the best, and I think, you know, that's how I feel. So regardless of, you know, who we have, my job is to make sure that we have a chance to win.
Was there any one particular thing that coming out of the postseason that you think the squad that's going to be able to come back needs to work on to be able to?
Not off the top of my head. I just think that this experience is probably different for each individual person, because some people first, sometimes it's different roles for different people, including myself. And I haven't really had a chance to kind of reflect on that, you know, since last night.
You've had to have broad shoulders most of your career. How did it feel this season to get the cheers on the road, the MVP chants on the road, and that type of thing? Had to be
that was a little different. Like I said before, that was a surprise for me, because I didn't, obviously with everything going on with the season and our team and, you know, triple doubles and all this, the chase and all these things, it was interesting. It was kind of crazy for me. I don't know how to react to it, because I obviously never experienced that. But it was definitely a blessing for me just to see fans all across the world just, you know, supporting not just me but our team. I think that was the most important thing. Our guys kind of rallied around that. You know, people came out to see us, and that was the most important part.
You referenced those games where this collection of players had great performances. Let's say this roster stays the same next year. When you look back on those games when the team really played at its best, what were some of the hallmarks of those in your mind that, you know, sort of allowed you guys to have those?
I mean, it was different things each game. It's tough to pinpoint one thing, but I just think the one overall thing is that we were together. You know, we stuck with each other regardless of good or bad. And I think good teams, you know, sit together through good, through bad, don't point fingers, and always stay together. And I think that's the main thing. The basketball stuff will take care of itself, but you as a unit, being together as brothers is the most important part.
Last summer, you and Victor Oladipo worked out together for a few weeks. Are you planning on doing that again with him this summer?
Probably so. That's definitely most likely going to happen again, and try to get a few other guys as well to work out and make sure that we come back and be ready to play.
Russell, you said a lot of times throughout the season that leadership was something that you worked on the most over last summer, improving that. Now that the season's over, how would you say that you did this year as a leader, and how would you say you improved?
I think I did okay. I think I did a good job of just trying to, you know, go through it all. I think every season is going to be ups and downs. As wins and losses, your game, maybe ups and downs is your game. Everything, family. There's a lot of different things that go on as for us as players. And I think for me, that's one way I try to improve and understanding that for each individual person, because you may not know what one player may be going through. You know, they may come in the building, may be going through different things at home, and if I can sense that and have a good relationship with a player, that's more important to me than what they're doing on the basketball court, because I think that just reflects if you show somebody, and you know, you show somebody that you care about them more as a player, as a person, than the basketball player. I think that's the most important part. So I definitely feel I've grown in that aspect, and you know, I'm proud of you know, kind of how I handled that.
Russell, you talk about the importance of sticking together. What do you feel like the identity of this team is moving forward?
Identity, not sure, but I think we have a lot of great guys that want to get better and they know what it feels like, obviously, to be in the playoffs and know the sacrifice, know different things that it takes for us to move forward. So It's going to be a good summer for us to be able to figure everything out and make sure that we stay close-knit as a unit and come back and be hungrier and make sure we come back with a good mindset.
What do you do? Do you kind of step away for your body a break?
Oh,
Or
for
do you
sure.
go-
For me, rest is always the biggest thing. I rest more than I do anything else because that's the most important part for me, just resting and my body, my mind. I rest a lot during the season just because it's better for my body, for me, what I bring to the table each and every night, how I play, and that's how I personally feel because, resting is a good thing for me just to chill out, do something else other than, basketball, and it's always good for me.
Do you change it in terms of, because you've been in the league a while now, do you still train in the offseason the way you did, say, your
Same
second,
way.
third year, or do you?
Same way. Consistency is a huge thing for me. I think when people always ask, just people that's obviously it's not in the NBA, they always ask what's the hardest thing to do as a player, and I always tell them to be consistent. And, some people may think of it and say, well, it's easy to be consistent, but I think there's a lot of people in the league, in every job of the world, not just basketball, but in life in general. I think to be able to do your job at a high level each and every day, night, it's hard to do. And that's something that I take pride in doing, to be able to do that each and every day. And in life in general, whether it's, being a great husband, great family man, great brother, now great father, about to be a great father, great teammate. Whatever it is, I think in life in general, I think that's what I try to do. And resting is a huge part of that for me. Just my mind, my body, and being able to understand, the things in life that's important and making sure that I take care of it.
Thank you, Russell.
Yes.
Yeah. Let us know if you get invited over.
And that rest becomes more difficult with the baby in the house, by the way.
That's why I gotta get it.
his Westbrook season? What's it been like?
Well, I think coming into the season, we knew it was going to be a different thing. We'd had a lot of new players, a lot of new faces, and it was fun. It was fun to try to figure out a way to play and be successful with our group. And with the changes in personnel, losing so much, Kevin and Serge were great for us for a long time here. To be able to still be competitive was a challenge, and it's not easy to win in the league. It's a tough league, and I think for us to come in and have a good year and feel like we were competitive every night, it was a fun challenge. It was different, but it ended up being a real satisfying year.
What did you think the team could do this season, and did they meet your expectations or exceed it?
It was really an unknown. In the summer it was just, we had so much continuity here. It's rare in the NBA, but we had that for such a long time that I really didn't know what to expect. And I think Russell was great in giving us direction. The way he, from the first day, just his attitude and the way he led the team. It was, I've said this before, but it was like he was like, all right, here we go. Let's get this thing rolling, and we didn't look back, and we had a good camp, and we just got back to work, and I think that was the best thing for us.
Some people have deemed this the season of Westbrook and said it's the most amazing thing they've ever seen. You saw it behind the scenes, you saw it all those games. What stands out to you? What will you remember about what Russ did this year?
I think just the way he competes and his leadership. Statistically, all those things he was able to accomplish are incredible. But as a player, I think you just remember the way he is and the way he competes and just what he's like around the guys. That's what for me, as long as I've been here, all the games and battles, he's always been right there, and he's always had the same spirit and the same heart, and I just remember that. The way he just came to compete every night and try to lead the group.
You plan to be back next year?
I plan to play for sure. I wasn't sure going into the season how I would feel at the end of the year, but I still enjoy playing, and I enjoy being around the group. I enjoy being on the team, and I still think I have something to offer. So, team's got a lot on their plate, and we'll see what happens. I've been treated great here, and I've had great experiences here, and it's been the best basketball years of my life for sure, playing here. So hopefully it'll work out, but it's the way it goes. There's no answers today. Everyone's been focusing on this season, these playoffs, and today's the first day we start thinking about what comes next. So.
Nick, how is that for you? I mean, your contract is up now. Is that weird to you? Just been here for so long. Is that a weird experience for you? Is it awkward to have to negotiate with something that's been so familiar with you?
Well, it is a little strange. I was telling Matt, since I started YMCA basketball in 1988, this will be the second season I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen next. I was going to play for the Iowa Falls Cadets, and then I was going to play for the Jayhawks, and then the one year I didn't know was the draft, and then I've had all extensions. So it's a little different, I think about it. But I've got really good relationships with all the people here, so I think it'll be honest and fair, and I think both sides just have to find the best thing, and we'll figure it out. But it's more just been me thinking about it at this point. There hasn't been a lot of dialogue, which it should be the case because we were focused on this year. So that stuff will be coming up, I guess.
Nick, with the way the league is continuing to move forward in terms of high number of pick and rolls, big men being able to transfer the ball, that type of thing, what are some of the biggest areas that you can still impact the game on an X's and O's standpoint?
I think I've always had a positive effect on my team when I've been in the game, and communication, figuring out what we're trying to do, what we need, what the other team's trying to do. I've always had a good feel for that stuff. I realize that there's certain matchups in the league that are really hard for me. to chase around guys, perimeter type players playing. But I still think there's a place for what I do, and I think I understand the game, and over the years, consistently when I've been in the game, for the most part, the team's done well. And it's a little bit more of an art than a science, I think. But I still feel like I'm capable of having a positive effect at times and helping the team.
Nick, you've worked a lot with those big guys, which obviously are mostly young big guys. How have you seen them evolve individually, and where do you think guys like, especially Steven, where can he get to maybe in the next year or two in your mind?
We've got a lot of talented young guys, and they have the right mindset. They work hard at it, and they want to get better, and they listen to. They're coachable, and they compete. So that's a great start. I think Steven in particular has a ton of talent. He's going to play hard. He's going to try to do the right things. I think with him, the big thing is confidence. That's always been the case, and a comfort level. And I think the further he gets along in his career, the more that he'll just feel more at peace and comfortable on the court, and he'll just continue to improve. But he's capable of doing a lot of things, and he's going to do the work, and he's going to compete. DeMontis is a guy that's it's really impressive how professional he is at a young age. He does his work. I think he's very skilled. He understands the game, has a really good feel. He's a really young guy. Steven is also a young guy. So I think those guys got a great future. Ennis is still a young guy. I think people forget how young he is, and very talented, and he's adding things to his game. He's been coachable. He's made big improvements at a lot of things that he didn't do well when he first got here. So it's a great group of guys, and that was one of the best things about this year, is it was just fun to come to work every day and do the work and enjoy being around each other.
Nick, I know you say you want to keep going, but is this a point where you do start to think about it, at least like what you want to do once you're done playing, whatever that may be?
I think about it a lot. I think it's first thing first, one step at a time. I decide I want to play, and so I'll focus on that. I think I said it last year. Things change a lot in a short amount of time, and people's mindset, my mindset changes over time. So I think it's best to just look at it at what's the next thing. And I think that's always helped me as a player, to just say what's the next thing, and I'm going to keep doing that.
Excited about a shorter preseason next year?
Yeah, I think that's smart by the league. I don't think anybody needs to see 8 preseason games, and I think it's a good move by the league. They're getting smarter.
Where do you see the future of players with your skill set, being that the game seems to be going outside more and more every year?
Well, I think the game moves in trends. I think that it's really incredible how much has changed even in just my career. The game is a lot different, but we'll see. I mean, it seems that some teams are still having success doing it the old way. It really is about your personnel, I think, and your players and coaches and how they like to play. But like I said, there's always shifts, there's always changes. So we'll see. I think people take their evidence of what the best way to play is, they look at it, and then they make decisions. So things will change, but I don't really know. I don't know, but it is interesting how much has changed in the last 10, 15 years.
In a way, is it harder to play 2 4-minute stretches in a game versus 2 10-minute stretches? And I guess maybe what's the trick to being a guy that can come in a spot situation and actually make an impact in those moments?
Well, I think we all have our ideal playing conditions, but reality is we don't always get those. So I think the best players, or the players that adjust to smaller minutes, smaller role, the ones that are the best at it are the ones that are able to play the play in front of them and learn to do that, learn to do just the next thing even within a play, within a possession, you see a picture on the floor, you have a job to do, you have whatever it is you're supposed to do, and just do that, and then continue to do that over and over again. I think you'll play the best that way, as opposed to having so many big picture thoughts about how am I doing, I'm not shooting it well, or I haven't played in 2 games. If you start getting distracted with that stuff, you're not going to play as well. So I've gotten better at that over the years, and it's a good approach, because I think in the playoffs that's the best way to play, is because every possession is so important, and the teams that can just continue to play the next play are the ones that do the best.
Is that possible for a guy who's 20, 22 years old to see and to understand, or does it take a while to be able to actually figure that out and grasp?
It's hard. Everybody's different, but my mindset is much better now than it was when I was a young guy. We all learn more as we go along. It's just too bad that we can't jump as high when we learn the most and know the most. But that's the way life is. So I think the best thing you can try to do is try to preach that to guys, and try to get guys to to just avoid those distractions that you create for yourself with all the things that you think. The mental part of the game is so important, but it's hard to master, and nobody masters it, but it's hard to know at a young age. That's why experience is still valuable, I think.
Where's Steven, because I think he's 23, compared to when you were 23, where is he from a mental standpoint?
He's in a great spot. I mean, he's already had so much more experience than I had when I was 23. I think I played my first NBA game at 24. I was 22 when I graduated college. I was injured for a whole year, so I always think about that with these guys. They're young guys. When I was DeMontis' age, I was still in college, and playing at this level against all these different guys every single night, and with such a high level of competition. Steven's already got a lot of playoff games under his belt. He's far ahead of wherever I was at that age, because I wasn't even in it yet. So that's why I think we always have to remind ourselves how young a lot of these guys are, and they're getting valuable experience, and they're going to continue to learn and pick up a lot of that stuff that only experience can bring.
As you saw this season play out, what pieces did you feel best fit Russell Westbrook now that he's sort of the guy?
Well, I think he's going to be great. He's going to be great every night he goes out there. I think guys that compete with him, guys that figure out that can figure out how to play and just figure out how to do things on the court. I think it's easy to play with Russell. I think he's got such a command of where everybody's at and where the defense is at. And he puts so much stress on the defense that he creates a lot of opportunities for other guys. And I think he's always going to compete every night. So it's easy to play with a guy that he's going to compete every night, and he lifts everybody else's level. So I think a lot of guys can play with him. It's just, you got to be ready to go, and you got to be ready to compete.
Is there one game or moment this season stands out watching Russ that just kind of wowed you? Got your attention?
I always have to remind myself not to get used to a lot of the things. I've seen a lot of crazy things over the years with the guys we've had, just the ability of a lot of the guys we've had here. But those stretches late in the year where he would take over at the end of games, the statistics, again, are crazy in the way he's able to score late in games, but it's more his mindset and how he just was going to make sure we won those games. And he has no fear at all, and just his confidence is just like some of the things he'll do. That's what's amazing to me, is just knowing what this game is like and how hard it is to play this game, just the way that he just has total confidence and belief in himself and the group, and that's what's most impressive to me.
If you could describe the OKC Thunder organization in one word or a few words, which one would it be and why?
I think it's just first class. I think the organization will always try to figure out the best way to do something, and they'll put in the work, the effort to try to do it the best way. And that's all you can ask for, I think, as a player. and people that work here enjoy it and they're treated well. So I would say first class.
Thanks, Nick.
Yep.
left off a couple other things that I should have mentioned.
Stephen, this offseason, I know you just played 12 hours ago, but improvement from you. What are you going to be focusing on individually to try to show off your game in the offseason?
It's all the same stuff, to be honest. Really still trying to improve on the defensive end mainly. That's the main focus, and that all just comes down to kind of weight room stuff and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, other than that, it's just kind of getting with the coaches and kind of see what sort of direction they want to go. And then, yeah, I'm just willing to do whatever they say, you know.
I know this was a season that changed for everybody in the locker room. The first time that you were all together as a group. But for you, what changed most for you? How much change was it from a year ago to now for you personally, and what you were trying to do out there on the court?
So what was the biggest change?
Yeah, how much did it change for you
Oh,
from
yeah.
a year ago to now?
It was just different. Just different. They were on the basketball side of things. They were just taking stuff away, like rolls and stuff like that. They were picking the paint or whatever. So that was different. I had to adjust to that and whatnot. But outside of that, the team chemistry was amazing, honestly. And with everything that happened and what we have, being able to actually make it this far is actually just amazing in itself. And it's real credit to all the coaches really putting us in like really good situations to make it, you know. So yeah, I'm really kind of grateful for that. Again, it just comes down to having a good group of guys, and the mentality of it was just to, regardless of what happened or whatever, we ain't trying to like compete with what we were in the past. It's just keep trying to plug our way forward, you know. So that was really cool.
Do people maybe underestimate how difficult it is to be a good team when you have so many new players coming in at different portions of the year?
Do people underestimate it?
Yeah, or
Like who?
just maybe how much of a challenge is that actually to be able to incorporate new guys on the fly the way that you did in the summer,
Yeah.
start of the season, trade deadline?
There's really very little credit goes to the player. It's mostly the front office that does a really good job at making sure that the dude's a good dude. You know what I mean? And these dudes here, man, they do an amazing job that anyone in the facility is like a good person. So like that credit goes to them really, finding great guys, and just whoever comes in, it's just like just the environment around us and stuff. There's just immediate trust and yeah, just knows what's going on, you know.
How was it for you to be in such a diverse team? You got Alex from Spain, you from New Zealand, you got Enes Kanter from Turkey. How was your experience to be with this group of guys, so diverse?
Where are you from, mate?
I'm from El Salvador.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
okay.
Central
Yep.
America.
Yeah, I was wondering because like you guys are the only ones who ask about like internationals. But yeah, no, it was just awesome. Again, it just brings like a new aspect and just kind of feel kind of worldly-ish, as worldly as you can feel. Yeah, it's just awesome, just understanding different cultures and yeah, just trying to learn where they're from and what experiences they have, you know, and what you could share. And then, yeah, that's what's cool about it, honestly.
You ever think about what do you think your ceiling is from where you got coming out of Pitt to now? Where can you go as your game? How much improvement do you think you can make?
Yeah, I mean that's tough, mate. Yeah, I mean there's no prediction really. The only thing is it's just that I'm still pretty young, and then I'm willing to kind of just work with whatever I have to do. So whatever the ceiling is, kind of comes down to the person making the decision of taking that route of hard work in that direction, and then yeah, if that makes sense. I hope. I hope that makes sense.
Steven, has your recruiting pitch started already to get guys to come to New Zealand this summer?
Yes, only to the people that hasn't been. All the other ones I haven't invited them. They invite themselves, which sucks. They just think that they're coming along, and I'm just trying to stop them at the border. Yeah, lock them out. But yeah, just making sure that everyone gets to come down and see what it's about, have a good time.
There have been people that have termed this the season of Westbrook. Talked about just how amazing this season was for Russell on an individual basis. You saw it
Fair play.
firsthand.
Fair play. Yeah.
What stands out to you about the season that he had?
Well, statistically, it was amazing, like ridiculous from what I've seen before. And then that's from like outside, the best I could put it from outside. But like playing with him, it's just like not really like all the players, but all the players, they don't actually really care about what the stats are really. And he has amazing nights, and you're just like obviously it's amazing. But it just comes down to him just being awesome, really, just like a really good dude. And he really tries to help you out in whatever way he can and improve your game. And that's the biggest thing. And that's why it's really fun to play with him, is that he's not trying to just like separate himself, even though it's quite a big. Let's be fair. He is up there, but he's really trying to like bring us with him, the best he can. So, yeah, that's what the biggest thing as a player playing with him. That's the biggest thing that stuck out.
Did you ever find yourself amazed or awed by something he did in a game, or just, sort of watched him do whatever it was and think, wow, that?
Honestly, it was nothing in the game. Nothing. It was literally this. I'm not gonna say, dude. One of our players was having a tough time, and I was kind of like in the background, hidden. I wasn't stalking or anything. I was actually taking a shower, to be honest. But I kind of peeked over, and I just seen him. He was having a word. He was really trying to just bring one of our players up, our teammates, and really help him out mentally and just like get him back on track. I listened to most of the conversation. It was just like really good stuff, what he was saying, and that's when I was like, man, this guy's legit. Like, he's actually a legit dude for doing that. Most players, it's just like, we'll just be like, we all have troubles, whatever. But he went out of his way to really try and help the dude out, So, yeah.
So not stalking, eavesdropping.
Eavesdropping in the shower. Naked, yeah. So it is weird. It is weird. Sorry, mate. What was that?
How long are you gonna grow your hair?
I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's kind of gross. No, it is, because it's just like real, like straggly almost. But yeah, I don't know. Just wait until I get diminishing returns. It's not there yet, so wait till it plateaus and then I'll probably cut it. Yeah.
Last year, at exit interviews, you gave Ennis your shirt after, and you guys wore the same shirt at the exit interview.
Did we? Oh, we did. Yes, we did.
Any more surprises this year?
No, he does. Does he? He does. Maybe. He might have something for you, I think. I don't want to kind of build it up and it's something lame, but yeah, I think he might have something.
You're pretty consistent where you say like you do the same workout routine. You told me before, you do the same workout routine every summer, and you try to work on the same type of stuff. But is that going to be the same thing for you again?
Yeah, I say that just because it's so broad. Like with basketball, it's just like so many different drills that I do. I can't really go into detail. That's why I just say all of them, because I do all of them. But it's going to be there. But obviously the focus will be on other things more than others. So say I'll be not doing that many 3-point shots, more though than just like rolls. You know what I mean? So I'll do more rolls. So that's what it comes down to.
Do you feel like you're gonna get to a spot, maybe not next year, or you don't have to put a cap on it, but do you feel like you will get to a spot where you'll be capable of stepping away from the basket, taking jump shots in games?
Yeah, I'm capable of doing it. Just it'll suck, That'll be a terrible shot. So, but I am capable of doing it. But it's just getting to that point where it's like it's going to help the team, not kind of screw us up, So yeah, eventually you know. So we'll wait and see what the coaches say.
Stephen, Nick was in here before you talking about how, in terms of your growth, sometimes you get a little too mental, like a little bit too much in your head. Where do you feel like those barriers come for you in the game?
Barriers. So is it just holding, like, what's kind of like holding me back a bit from whatever, doing the job?
You said that sometimes it's a little bit too mental for you, and that's why you're, where you can overcome your frustrations in the game.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is mental. I mean, because I process everything and try and figure out what I could have done better. But I guess the timing of it's a bit weird. And then also I get really upset with myself with different mistakes that I do. The main ones are just on like pick and roll coverages and all that stuff that I like, really want to get done. But yeah, that's the main thing, is just ability to just like process it and then like move on with it. That's like the best ability to have. It's just like, yeah, you made a mistake. What could you done better? Positioning, whatever, and move on. Next time, try and fix it.
Even Coach Donovan was in here. He talked about seasons of first for a lot of people, including you, and how you had to adjust to a new role. What were some of the things that you had to adjust to this year in your season of first, as he called it? What'd you learn?
What did I learn? I guess the main thing is just what did I learn? Well, defensively, it was a lot more. It was a lot different just because I was used to having Serge, so he cleans up a lot of the stuff. So the main thing was for me, what I learned is just like I have to be more, I guess, aggressive and stop them earlier. Just because, I mean, I don't really like challenging at the rim. I'm more so just like to stop them outside before they get any sort of jump, and then just kind of work from there. So that's the biggest one I learned, was just to do those sort of rotations faster, more aggressive. And that's about it. I mean, offensively, it was just like the rolls, just different reads. I had to make be sure when I rolled now, because they were selling out on the paint. It was just to make sure that different reads are there, corner guy, passing, whatever. Just those sort of things,
Defensively, a lot of teams are running pick and rolls.
Yeah.
How much big of an adjustment is that for you to have to be able to guard that now more than ever?
The pick and roll. It wasn't that much of an adjustment. It was just what made it difficult was like they weren't doing just the traditional like drag, where you could see it coming from a mile away. They'll do like a bunch of false action. Dallas is really good at it. Do a bunch of false action to get you off the man, and then they sprint up the bigs to get that separation. Because our pick and roll coverages was to blitz, so the big has to be up there with the guard, obviously. So any sort of separation will put you at a tough position, and then that's what the main kind of adjustment was. I guess defensively, that's what the tough thing was. Not getting too basketball-y. Sorry. Yeah.
Do you enjoy just switching? Sometimes when you guys do employ that strategy, is that?
No, it depends who's it against. To be honest, to be fair, honestly. But I don't mind. It depends. Like if being serious, I don't mind the switches if it's a certain play that kind of jeopardizes our guards in terms of that. Like if don't just want to switch randomly if the big's just going to go down and seal. If the bigs on their team don't really go and seal, they usually ones to like just get out of the way and rebound, then switching's fine. But other than that, I don't mind it, to be honest.
It seems like that's the direction the league is heading, though. Less and less guys that are going to go down and post up and seal. Do you see that maybe being less of a problem moving forward? Maybe guys posting up.
No, I think it's going to go through. The team's going to realize that there's still advantages there from it, especially if it's a guard on big. Big to big post ups are rather rare, as you're saying. But obviously, big against guard, they'll, in terms of switches or whatever, they'll definitely try and get an advantage there. I guess.
Tough series for Ennis, just from a matchup standpoint. How did he handle it? How did he handle it?
It's English. Nice.
And just going forward, with some of his strengths and weaknesses, what do you guys need from him to make sure that you can maximize what he brings to you guys?
I mean, the way he handled it was perfect. He was fine with everything. Every time we had practice and whatnot, he was still locked into all the plays and all their scouting and stuff. So he handled it how anyone else would handle it. And what was the second part? You said is the.
Going forward, how do you maximize what he's able to bring to you guys?
Maximize. It's just like it's mainly just kind of because it's not all just on him to maximize him, right? It's more so just like helping him out in an area to where he could still be on the floor. So whatever that is, you know what I mean? Obviously he's an amazing scorer. So that's his best benefit, and he's like solid on defense. Like he did, like this past series, he did like amazing job. I thought getting to the spots that he needed to get to, verticality, whatever, for the time that he had. So he did really good that. But yeah, again, I think it's just like as a team, we just gotta kind of help him out more in terms of. I guess like just like his coverages and whatnot, just help him out more. Their guards got to just be more aggressive with him, helping him over screens and whatnot, and then that'll keep him on the floor longer. See him do better? I have huge expectations for him, honestly. So like, I want to see him do a whole bunch of stuff, but like, physically, it's like it's not. He's capable of doing it, but like it's not like a thing. So like. Lateral speed is not as good as say I'm like quite good at lateral speed, right? So like that's one of the areas, but it's a physical thing. Like you can't really just say like, oh, you have to be faster. It's just one of those things that like you kind of either got it or you don't, you know. So but then again, it's the adjustments that you make from that with what you have, and the type of angles that you take that could really kind of give you. Not put you at a disadvantage, you know. So whatever that is for him, he's gonna figure it out.
You didn't miss any games this year, but you had a hand that was wrapped pretty heavily at times.
Oh yeah. What's this one? Yeah.
And now that the season is over, can you reveal how much or how little that affected you? Whatever had happened to your hand?
Oh, it's just. I mean, it didn't affect me in, what do you mean, like, affect me in, like, playing and stuff?
Either catching or shooting or anything like that?
No.
Didn't have any?
No, I mean, shooting, no. It was, the only effect that it had was just mainly on, because there's so many times when just playing defense, putting hands on dudes' hips or whatever, when they turn, it kind of just turns the thumb, so that's, yeah, it's kind of like re-spraining like an ankle, you know, it was just, like, kept being... I mean, eventually got healthy. Yeah, and then just one of those things. It just happens, when you're inside, especially trying to be physical. You know, got to touch up some dudes. Yeah. So yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
Is that golden? Yeah. Sorry. Golden horses. Here's your guys' little thingies. Good to see you again, by the way, mate.
Last one, I promise.
think I learned a lot this year. I got that definitely, learned a lot during the season. I think it was a really good season because when we start the season, nobody was really expecting us to even make the playoffs. I think, we just show all the haters that, we could do that. And I think we did our job. Everybody was focused, during the season, and everybody give 100% and play with edge. That was the most important thing. And then everybody have fun.
Stephen was here earlier talking about how much he expects from you and can see you grow in the future. How much do him and Russell push you, and how do they push you to improve?
Oh, they push me every day. Sometimes, I remember I was like, you guys ups and downs. Just sometimes they were coming and talking to me on the bench. Especially after I broke my arm, it was a really, tough time because you want to be out there with your teammate, and when you see them losing, you just blame it on yourself. You're like, man, I can't believe I did this. But every day, I was talking to those guys, they were giving me positive energy. That was the most important thing for me, because arm will heal. The most important thing was mine, and then they were just doing an unbelievable job. The whole organization, not just the player, the whole organization was giving me positive energy. It was amazing.
I remember you said Russell was a different kind of guy than what you thought when you were in Utah
Yes.
playing against him. Saying from last year to this year, did you learn even more about him just from a leadership standpoint?
Definitely. I mean, I said this in a article too. I mean, because after what happened, last year, he just, he felt like he was he had to put a lot every night. He didn't take any night off. And then one thing about him, he just didn't make himself better. He made everybody else better around him. Not just the players, the whole organization, whole, Oklahoma. He made everybody better. And he was just an amazing guy, man. He just a fun guy to be around. And I'm really, just happy to have a teammate like him.
Enes, what do you think you learned from this playoff series? Obviously, minutes were down a little bit, but what do you think you got out of it?
That was the decision coaches were making. I think one thing I learned from it, it doesn't matter. Of course, everybody wants to play big minutes, especially in the playoffs, whatever. But you can still always cheer for your teammates, for your coaches, everybody on the bench. That's what I was doing. I was talking to everybody, talking to Steven and everything. I think it was a good learning experience for me. It was just a playoff experience. Definitely, it was good for us.
And do you feel like that means you've learned how to channel your emotions and the pride you put in kind of different avenues as you've gone through that learning experience?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're not gonna have always, you're not gonna play 48 minutes every night. Just sometimes you play 10 minutes, sometimes you play 30, 40 minutes. But one thing you can do, you always have to be the same. You always have to. One thing you can do again, just always cheer for your teammates, support them, and then just try to do the best you can to just give them positive energy.
What do you want to work on this offseason?
This was mostly just my face-up shots offensively and a three-point shot, maybe more, and then just with leg stuff more, just lower body lifting.
Do you feel like you're starting to recognize those pick-and-roll situations when you're on defense a little bit quicker, or what's that?
We were in a different coverage in Houston series, so we were up the whole season. Now we changed the pick and roll coverages. We were playing a drop. It was a little different for me because I never played in a drop before. But one thing you can do is you can always learn and just go from there.
And it's the Players Tribune article that you wrote for Russ. How did that come about?
Well, I think I feel like he deserves everything I said on that article. I mean, he's an amazing guy. I just wanted to just speak out that how amazing he is. Of course, everybody knows that already, but when I was in Utah, because you see a guy always yelling and screaming on the court, always getting people's head, always trying to. Whenever he's out there, he's trying to kill people. You know what I mean? He's trying to bury people. So some people don't know how good of a guy he is. And other teams, other fans. But I just want the whole America, whole world to know that how of a humble guy he is. How he's always helping others, and that's why always trying to make everybody else better around him.
Were you approached by someone with the team, someone with the Players Tribune? Did you
They
volunteer
called
to
me.
do it?
They called me. The Players Tribune guy called me.
How do you feel it went, and do you feel like that's something that you would want to do more, writing for the Players Tribune?
I mean, if they call, I will talk to. I mean, OKC is the PR guy is just has the first say, okay, you can do it, then I'll do it. I got no problem to speak up with anybody because I think we have an amazing group of guys, and just keep talking about it.
It was well received. Did you enjoy the experience?
Definitely. I mean, I didn't think it was gonna be that good. Everybody was, keep talking about it on social media, and even the organization. Like a lot of people was coming and saying, I read it. It was a really good article. It was a really good for me.
And as you said in the end of that article that this team was more Russer, what does that mean, and how is that a good thing for you guys?
Well, I mean, he just, like I said, I mean, he got a lot on his shoulder. I mean, if you look at him, like he cannot play bad. You know what I mean? He doesn't have any, he just, whenever he's going out there, he has one thing, that I need to lead this team, and I cannot play bad because we always look up to him. Be like, man, just if he's like yelling and screaming, he's pumping us up on the bench. You know what I mean? Even when I was not playing, I was, watching Russell and stuff. He was just dunking and doing everything. I mean, he was just pumping us up. He was when I was with suit on. I mean, it just the one thing is just he's an amazing guy, just making everybody better.
And is this year you did a lot of kind of random things around Oklahoma City? You went and surprised like a girls' basketball team. What do you remember about that?
I mean,
why do you do that?
Because like, if you look at, I mean, some teams, some cities, when you like start losing, they don't even come to games. But when you look at Thunder fans, Thunder Nation, I mean, sometimes we lost some games bad, sometimes we win some games, and then we got some good games, bad games, but they always there to support us. They always there to cheer for us. And then I feel like whenever I have free time, I just want to give back to community, give back to them. And then they've been unbelievable, man. Even like when I go to Walmart, they like, or like when I go to Target, whatever, they're like really shy even asking a picture. Like, can I take a picture? I'm asking them sometimes. You want to take a picture? She says, oh yeah, whatever. I mean, they've been really respectful, and then they've been amazing fans.
You spend a lot of time on the floor with European players.
Yes.
How was that connection? How do you felt? What did you learn from it? And what's your experience?
It's
so
always just work with the European players, especially like this year we had Thomas, and we beginning of the year we had Joffrey. At the end of working with those guys is really good because you feel a little closer to them because they're from Europe, and then they kind of play like I do. I think it's pretty fun.
How many countries you going to this summer?
This summer, ooh. So I'm gonna go to 7 or 8 countries this summer, in 20 whatever days. So after this, tomorrow I'm gonna go to London, Japan. I'm gonna go to Korea, the good one. Not the other one. And then I'm gonna go to Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia. Then I'm gonna go to China. After New Zealand after, because Steven's camp in August. I don't want to go there early and miss him. But like, I'm gonna go to 7-8 country this off season. Just go there, do some charity work, just hang out with some people, and do some basketball camp.
And when you ask a fan if they want a picture, has anybody ever said, "No, I'm good"?
No. Even like when they don't want to, they being polite and just saying yes. Okay, I will take a picture.
And has there been any talk among the team about maybe going to support Russ on June 26th for that award show in case he wins MVP?
Well, we haven't talked about it, but I mean, if they do, I'll definitely go. I'll definitely go to support him because I mean, he got our support. He got our back every game. So we want him to know that we got his back. We'll just go there support him definitely.
Coach Donovan mentioned that if you wouldn't have injured your arm, you would be one of the favorites.
Hey,
got
What is that?
That's all we can add it up, though,
Oh.
Welcome back to our home. Bloomies! Let's go.
That's the
Bloopers.
what is that called?
Bloopers.
Huh? Bloopers. That's the bloopers. I don't know if you guys want to watch that.
Looks kind of long.
It is long. You know how many times we redo it? Long time. It's my second language, man.
Eugene got me. Oh. And that's why he's the MVP. Bro, help yourself. Help yourself. Could it be Al? No. Al's MVP. Zeke. That's Al. He's a man of the people. Al. So are we saying Al? No, let's go D. Let's go D. And then we go. D or the?
China. I give it to my brother.
That's why he's the MVP. Get that out your mouth. And that's why he's the MVP. Look who we have here.
Where'd you shoot this?
You're gonna be
Somebody said.
I mean,
I don't even know.
who we have here? Listen,
That's gonna be weird.
even close.
Look at him. Oh no! Did you guys see it in the back?
Welcome back to our home. Today we have questions from the fans. The first question is from the Sparky in Telegram. What is it like to play with Russell Westbrook? No. You can't do that. It's good, man. You ruined it, bro. You did the forehand. You did the forehand once.
So anyway,
This is the best one.
It's like they're making fun of me for my age.
Last one. What about a Russell? Or a Bear?
What about Russell?
Come on, man. Come on, man.
That's one Bear. It's a Russell Bear.
And that's why he's the MVP. Bam! Woo!
Nice.
Nero and Pacino.
It was good. Yeah, we took a lot of shots. Huh? For who? For who?
Do that in Utah with the Jazz. I'm somewhere.
For who though?
Gordon Hayward.
Let it go.
Anybody else?
Ennis, was that fun for you?
Oh, definitely, man. I mean, first of all, it was really fun because we're doing it for Russell, and I feel like he deserves everything. You know, what we said on that tape, whatever. And I think it was just fun, and especially with Steven. It's always fun, you know. And we bring in Thomas and Alex and Dre. It was a really good. I will never forget that ever. It was.
Finish my question. Yeah, go ahead.
Coach Donovan mentioned that you were one of the favorites to win the 6th Man of the Year award for injury in your arm. What are your thoughts on that, and what do you think that award really means?
Well, first of all, I mean, I came back from injury pretty well, I think. Of course, injury wasn't a good thing. And then first, I remember I took an x-ray that we saw it was broken. I mean, I was like numb. I couldn't really feel anything. It was just really bad mentally, not physically, because I know it was going to get better, but just mentally, I was just so, felt really bad. And not just because of I was going to play, because of my teammates too. You know, I felt like I left them alone out there. And, but I think I came back pretty good shape. I was running with the cast and everything, working with the cast. But, I think that, of course, I mean, that award means a lot. But, just if you win, if you keep winning, it means a lot. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, if we lost in the first round in the series, I mean, who cares if you win it right now? You know what I mean? It's all about the team. Of course, individuals awards means a lot, but I feel like it's all about the team, and I don't want to really separate myself from the team because we are one, and I just don't want to be like, oh, I'm just trying to win that award, whatever. If it happens, it happens.
And do you ever check or think about like the rumors, whether they're trade rumors or your teammates who are free agents or stuff about you? Do you follow that stuff?
Well, first of all, it's not in my hand, and everybody knows that I love, from the first day, the whole, not just this organization, this whole, state opened their arm, and then they made me feel like I'm at home. Like, seriously, all these people, all this family, I see my teammates, I see this organization as my family. And they've been doing an amazing job, just keeping everybody happy. I remember if it happens, it happens, because I can't really control it. It's not in my hand. But, everybody knows that from, I love this organization. They're perfect organization. They've been doing everything professionally. And then, I can't say enough about the fans. They've been amazing. But just one thing, I cannot control it. It's not in my hand.
Anybody else? Thanks, Dennis.
That's it? Thank you, guys. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss you all, man. It was a good year for everybody. Huh? Oh, appreciate it, man. Thank you. I'll be posting pictures.
Of course you will. We know that.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Nick, you good? I'm good. Yeah. We just wasn't working on this last time.
can't. Yeah. In season, no. Stay away.
What's your first sometime meal?
It's a good question. Try to find a nearby beach, crack a brew open. You know, relax. So, yeah.
Andre, when this season started, we talked about this a little ago. There was really, nobody knew what this team would be, what it would look like, what it could become. What were your expectations when the season started, and how did you guys meet, fall short? I mean, how did all that play out from what you thought at the beginning?
I thought we did, great. I expected us to do big things, such as make the playoffs and, go beyond. But fortunately, it didn't happen. But, we grew, every game. And throughout the season, we grew. So proud of the guys. We had, fought through adversity, just like any team would. And, we're learning a lot. We're a young team. We're going to come back stronger and we're going to get better. So.
Dre, it seems by playoffs you had really become a veteran voice on this team. Did you ever look at yourself in that situation and be kind of surprised at how you had taken a leadership role?
Yeah, I kind of seen it, throughout the season. Just realized, we have a lot of new guys and guys coming in and out, and me being one of the guys that's been through it. It's my 4th year. I kind of show them the ropes, and I started speaking up more vocally game by game, and it kind of carried on, to me being one of the leaders on the team, alongside Russ and Steve, being one of the defensive anchors on the team, just pointing guys in the right direction. So, yeah, I definitely grew in that aspect.
Dre, with the changes on the team, you having to play more of the 3 at times. How did it challenge you this year?
It's definitely challenging, but I'm always up for it. Coming from college, playing a 4, but a big man, to playing a guard in the NBA was definitely a challenge, and still making that transition, growing every year, and just, trying to get everything down. So moving from, 4 to college, 2, now to the 3, it's definitely been challenging, guarding different players and learning different offenses and moving off of Russell. It's been great. I always love the challenge. So, it's going to be good moving forward.
Star in your role here for the team. Do you feel like you're on your way or closer to being that after especially such a great playoff run for you?
Yeah, I can see that. I always told myself that try to be a star in your role, master your craft, and that's what I've been trying to do. Be one heck of a defender and build around that. Work on my offensive game. Work on, scouting and stuff like that, off the court, eating habits, stuff. So I just been, building around that and, trying to become a complete NBA player.
Andre, was it tough going through the year with the contract stuff looming?
It was early on, but, I put that to the side. You can't let that linger around. You got to go out there and play the game that you love and, play basketball and let the business take care of business. So, I'm a true believer, everything take care of itself. The man above has a plan. So, yeah, I didn't really worry about it.
Andre, do you have a timeline for the free agent situation in the offseason?
No. I guess I would just see how it plays out. It's my first time going through it, so I don't really know what to expect. So I guess I just got done talking to Sam, and I'll talk to my agent here soon and kind of get both sides. So we'll see where we go from there.
Given what you know about contract negotiation talks in the fall, what is your confidence level that you will be back and a deal will be reached between you and the Thunder?
I definitely want to be back. Definitely doing anything to work it out. Love the team, love the organization, love what we're all about, and I definitely want to stick around. So I'm pretty sure we can work something out.
Is that something you're excited for? You've never been a free agent before. Is that at all an exciting process? Nervous process?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's nervous, obviously, but I'm enjoying every moment of it, man. So it's my first rodeo. I'm just gonna embrace it and keep moving on. So continue to work hard in the off season and let everything else take care of itself.
You noticed it early on. In what ways did you notice it kind of hanging over you?
No, after I didn't get signed, I didn't know what to expect. I was kind of nervous, And then I had to talk with Sam and kind of ease things out. Just went out there and just play basketball. So, like I said, it's my first time going through it. I didn't know what to expect. Obviously, when I seen Steve and all of Vic get signed, I was like, do they want me? Do they not want me? So I was like, I was a little nervous, but I had to talk with Sam, and it kind of helped. So.
Set that aside and focus on what you have to do on the court.
Like I said, I believe in the man above. Everybody has their own path, and just gonna go out there and play basketball. You play the game I love, and everything can take care of itself. So I feel like
Great. Any a lot of unanswered questions before the season with this team. A lot of changes during the season. Can you recall any point in the season where this team made a turn, where it got to where they were, the 47 wins? Probably was unexpected by a lot of people. Do you recall any turning point in the season, the trade, post-trade, winning 7 out of 9 on the road, anything that caught your mind that really pushed you guys toward that way and get to that 6th spot?
I would say the first trade. With getting Jeremy, definitely was a turning point. We struggled on, trying to find our identity, trying to figure out how to play off each other, working with each other, trying to gain that chemistry. It was a process. And I feel like when we got Jeremy and then, going into Golden State, it was a turning point, playing obviously one of the best teams in the league. We kind of see where we were at. And, we put up a good fight. And I feel like that was a great turning point for us in terms of what we need to do in order to build and become, a playoff contender. So I definitely feel like that was a turning point for us.
You seem to improve every single year from your rookie year to now. What's the biggest change that you've seen from last season to this season, and then what's the change looking forward to?
First and foremost, my confidence, going out there and, kind of getting out of my comfort zone. And, definitely the mental aspect of the game. I definitely grew a lot in terms of, scout, master my craft on the defense end. It's just kind of taking away, certain things. And as well as playing off of Russ. We had a new team this year. Russ is the leader. And, trying to help him as best any way I can. It's just a different type of playing style this year. I think it's something it's the first time we're all going through it, and I think we did an exceptional job. And, in terms of changes I want to see in the future is, continue to build my confidence on both ends of the floor and improve my free throw shooting, obviously. So, be big.
It may be hard to pinpoint, but what helped you build on that foundation for your confidence this season?
Billy. He pulled me to the side early on, preseason, and, just had a couple talks with him, told me he had all the confidence in the world in me and going out there and making plays and, helping his team, go to that next level. And he's been, with me every step of the way and just telling me things and, keeping my confidence at high. So it was all him.
You talked about confidence and your free throw shooting. Was it especially during the series with Houston that your confidence in that was maybe shaken a little bit, or did it become almost a burden to go out there trying to shoot free throws?
No, I've been working on my free throws all year long. I don't know why this year was more tough than previous. But it's something I gotta continue to improve. I've been working on it every day. Not getting the results I've wanted, but I'm sticking with it. I'm trusting the process, and I'm not gonna let it shake me. I'm gonna go out there and continue to work hard, and put up shots. So, everybody goes through rough stretches, and mine just happened to be in the playoffs, I guess. So, I'm just gonna keep working hard. Like I said, can't let it shake me.
You mentioned confidence. What kind of mentality does it take that every night the other team's best perimeter player, you're going to guard them? What does it take to do that? And do you look forward to it? I assume you have to.
Yeah, definitely. I look forward to it definitely as a challenge. early on, in my career, I guess you could say I was kind of starstruck. Always seeing these guys on TV, and to now being up and close to them in person. And, I was, kind of shaking at the moment, but, I grew and grew every year, telling myself I could compete with these guys, and I can go out there and shut them down. So, I like challenges. I put challenges on myself every game. And, I do that with whoever I guard. So I try to prepare myself as much as possible.
You talked about how integral Coach Donovan's been for you. Each of the past 2 postseasons, he's gotten creative and found ways to maximize your abilities on the offensive end. What's that process been like as he's putting you in those spots to cut at the right times, to use you as a screener and a roller? What's that like to see him kind of at work?
I love it, man. It just shows that, how great of a coach he is, to manipulate a defense like that and to use, the way they're guarded and certain actions and different stuff, and, to manipulate it to our advantage. It just shows how valuable of a coach he is, and, make those adjustments. And just, gave me more confidence to go out there and play. Showing, him believing in me to go out there and make plays. It just, got to go out there and believe in myself as well. So, it was great.
I think I asked you this earlier in the season. You didn't give. I didn't get a clear answer. I think it's because it was during the season. You wanted to be, nice about it. But your defense has improved a lot. Do you think that you should be NBA first team all defense this year?
I definitely feel like it. I definitely believe I should be in, Defensive Player of the Year discussion. But, like I said, everything take care of itself, man. I just try to go out there and play the game as best I can, the game I love since I was a little kid, and just have fun with it, man, and, enjoy it. I feel like when you do that, you don't get distracted by the outside noise, and you just go out there and have fun, and everything takes care of itself. So, yeah.
Andre, free agency wise, what's your approach? Like, who are the people you talk to? Everyone's got other people they're close with, they get advice from. Who are those people for you?
I talk to my dad, talk to my brother. I don't really talk about it too much, but I talk to Bill the times, especially throughout the season. Just giving me updates and just continue working hard, just encouragement. So it's nothing we can actually do in the season to kind of, change stuff. So, I just take it day by day, man.
Andre, after the way Game 4 ended for you, your dad said that he was going to have to take it back to AAU days. Could you share with us what that means?
He said that?
Yeah.
Oh, he was my AAU coach. He just, challenged me like any dad would. Wouldn't get into details, but I don't know if he did or not. But yeah, yeah. I'll just leave it at that. He challenged me, so I just know I'll be better next year. Yeah, definitely. My dad is my best friend, and I've always looked up to him. So any way I can make him proud, I'm gonna go out there and try to do it. Yeah. I could have done that in college. He's getting a little old.
What do you feel like this team needs to take the next step?
Yeah, I feel like we need to make improvements. The overall game, just continue to get better, everybody, as well as working on the little things. Whether it's scout, mental preparation, certain plays, taking care of our bodies. I feel like we can always grow. We're such a young team, and we're going through it for the first time. We can all get better in every aspect. So I feel like we're gonna have a great team moving forward, and we'll be better next year. Let's put it that way.
Is there something kind of a veteran on a younger team rather than maybe a younger player on a veteran team, that you get to kind of lead this new era or, future moving forward?
Say that again.
Okay, so
My bad.
I know, sorry, it's like your role has changed,
Yeah.
right? So you were a younger player on a older experienced team, and now you're kind of a veteran on a younger team. Do you get excited about the prospect of being able to build this future and being a leader in it?
Definitely. Definitely excited. We got a great team, great group of guys. Hard workers. I've been on the other side, being the young guy, and I know what it takes. And I know how the veterans approached me and certain things that worked, certain things that didn't, and I'm gonna try to apply it, for myself, and trying to teach the young guys moving forward. So, it's kind of weird saying young guys. I'm only 4 years in the league, but I'm kind of moving in that direction. Time flies, so you can always grow and continue to grow in every aspect. So, you're never too young, I guess you can say.
Anybody else?
Andre,
Last one for Greg.
wouldn't go as far to say that you're one-dimensional, but what would you say is the worth of a defensive specialist in the league? Because that's how you're going to be perceived when you hit restricted free agency. You're going to be perceived as a defensive specialist. What do you think the worth is that to the league and the people out there?
I definitely believe it's a worth to it, going out there and guarding the best player every night, and making it tough for them. My goal throughout the season was to whoever I'm guarding, keep them below their average. And I feel like I did a great job for the most part. But, I definitely believe, nobody – how should I word this? I don't think anybody, takes advantage, takes for granted, a defensive specialist. So I think everybody sees the worth. I don't really need to go into detail, but, all the GMs, coaches, I think they see the worth. So I'm not worried about free agency. I guess you could say I'm just letting it take care of itself.
Defense wins championships, right?
Defense wins champions. Yep. Thank you.
No, it wasn't difficult, playing basketball. I mean, this is what I do for a living, but the situation coming into a new team, being a point guard on a new team, learning all the personnel and the terminology, that was kind of tough, but it's part of it. I don't like to make excuses for it, but it was a tough situation, but I think the coaching staff, the team, and I handled it, in a professional manner.
What is it required to fill that backup point guard role behind Russell Westbrook?
any backup point guard, their job is to be solid. Whatever. For this team, it was it wasn't really required to do too much, because Russ, he plays a lot of minutes. He's very productive in all aspects of the game. He handles the ball, scores the ball, assists the ball, rebounds the ball. So, just have to be solid and be organized. I think that's for this year, for this team, I think that's what it took from the little time that I was here.
I asked that from the standpoint of Russell does so much, as you said. Do you have to have a different mindset when you're coming in as a backup to Russ as opposed to someone that would be a different type of point guard?
Well, to me, my approach is always the same. No one can be Russ. I mean, to think that someone's going to come in and do what he does is not to think realistically. So no one's him. So I try to bring my particular gifts to the team, and that's all I can do. Talk to the coach. The coach has a game plan. He has personnel packages, and you go out there and you try to execute that. And that's all I try to do. That's what has worked for me. You can't go out there and try to do what he does. One, it's impossible. Two, it won't fit. So you have to play to who you are and your skill set.
You've seen a lot of playoff basketball. What do you think the Thunder was missing during this playoff run that they could have done better?
I mean, it's always hindsight is 20/20. You can always say, we needed this, we needed that. But I think we competed well. We competed at a high level. We had each other's back, and now I think that's what's more important. At the end of the day, only one team is going to hold up the trophy. So, everybody's going to say what they could have done and what they should have done. But I think what's more important is how we competed together, and we always had each other's back. And I think that says a lot about our guys.
Morris, you've played for a few different teams now the last couple of years. You're free agent this summer. What are your priorities for what you're looking for in any team's organization?
Well, right now I'm going to go enjoy my family. I've been in China. I've been all over the world, so I'm going to go home, and I'm going to enjoy my family. I really haven't thought much about it. I let when the time comes, my agent, me and him will talk. But right now, I'm going to go home. I'm going to enjoy my mother, my sister, my father, my grandmothers, my cousins. I'm going to go home, and I'm going to enjoy them, and then I'll worry about that, when the time comes.
Are there aspects of being a pro player that people don't realize, like that you were in China and then you play here for a few months? Could you talk about maybe the aspects of people, they just watch you on TV and they think you're Oklahoma City and doing whatever, but I'm sure there are some difficulties about that.
No, well, just like any other job, it's never what it seems from the outside. We have things that we go through as players, that people don't see, but when it comes to doing your job, that's what I focus on, being professional, coming to do my job. And now that the season's over, things that I'm normally not able to do, that's what I'll do. The personal side of the game, during the season, we have obligations. This is what we signed up for, and that's what the people may not see, those obligations that are not just on the court, that we have as players. But, now that the season's over, look back, reflect, see some things that I can work on personally, that our team can work on, but also handle the personal things in life that you don't necessarily get to handle all the time during the season. So that's what I'm looking forward to right now.
Anything else? Thanks, Morris.
Thunder up.
Remember the good, remember the bad. I remember the ups, remember the downs. Learn from them, and grow. It's gonna be a big summer for me, huge summer for me, and I'm looking forward to it.
What do you have planned? What are you trying to accomplish?
I'm gonna work. I'm working. I'm gonna work some more, and after I work after that, I'm gonna work some more after that. So it's gonna be a summer of work for me. So I'm looking forward to it.
Vic, I assume that most off seasons are filled with work. So how is this? Are you different
It's
motivated this
a little bit more motivated, but I know how I have to work this summer, and I know what I need to work on. I know what I need to get better at. I know what to expect now. You know, I played with these guys for a year. I know what my role is, so it's going to be a very relentless summer, a summer that I need to be focused, I need to get better at, and I'm looking forward to it.
Any difference playing in the Western Conference as opposed to the?
Oh yeah, it's different. The pace is faster. That's definitely for sure. But at the end of the day, it's the NBA. So you could say there's better teams in the West, yeah. But it's all tough teams in the East and the West. And you got to be ready to play no matter what the situation may be. But it was good for me. It's just a little different, I guess you could say. But overall, I'm glad to be here. Glad to be in the Western Conference. So just going to continue to keep getting better so I can reach my limit.
Vic, you talked about working hard in the offseason. What are specific things that you're going to target this offseason?
Just a few things with my game that I need to get better at. Go over the year, go over the film, get with the coaches, see where I need to improve, see what I need to get better at it, and work on it.
Have you had some pivotal summers before in your life, in high school, college?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything special about those pivotal summers?
Yeah, it was one summer I remember very, very much. Summer going into my last year in college before I got drafted. And I remember the work I had to put in. And it's going to be very similar to the work that I have to put in now. So I'm looking forward to it.
I think you talked about the motivation and getting the work in. Did the playoffs heighten that, the playoff series, or was it there before the postseason started?
It was there, but the playoffs made it even more relevant, made it even more higher than it is now. I have high expectations for myself, so I don't really feel like I played well. I feel like I could have played a lot better. And then when you go through things like that, and you lose a series like that, a part of you feels like you almost let your teammates down. But I just use it as motivation, and I'm going to come back better.
When you say you thought you could play better, you're speaking specifically about the playoffs?
Oh, yeah, the postseason, yeah.
The playoffs was a different type of basketball, a lot more rugged, physical. Is there something that you learned, though, that can help you then in the way you play during the regular season that next year will prepare you for the postseason, even if you'll take or play differently from that?
A few things, but just in general, man, I just need to grow as a player, grow as a person, and just attack the summer with the mentality of getting better, with a mentality of coming back better, stronger, more experienced than ever before. So I'm looking forward to the summer, and it's going to be a big one for me. So I'm looking forward to it.
A lot of people in this building. But you were playing right beside Russell, and as he was adjusting and figuring things out, what'd you learn about how you best play beside him? You know, just what that role looks like.
I had to adjust too. You know what I mean? It was all new to me. Playing with an all-star, playing with the MVP, all new to me. Everybody here was new, learning names, playing with everybody else as well, from Steve-O to Dre to the new guys, getting traded here from Taj to Doug. So it's like your first year anywhere. It's ups and downs. It's still learning. You never really figure it out until later. So, but for the most part, man, playing with Russ was amazing. Being able to witness what he does firsthand, being able to play off him, never kind of really figure it out over the course of like 1 or 2 games. It takes a while. So, I think once we start getting used to each other and figuring out where each other likes the ball and spots and everything, we start getting little passes, little lobs and things like that. So, and it's only going to continue to keep getting better. So, we're just going to keep growing and keep getting better. I'm sure I'll see him this summer a few times. So, I'm looking forward to that.
Like, since you guys started playing together as kids, where have you seen Jeremy make the biggest strides in his game? And also, where do you think he still has some ceiling, some room to grow in terms of the type of player he can be?
Well, first off, his ceiling is extremely high. But it's funny because me and Jeremy kind of have similar stories in the fact that when we first started playing basketball, we didn't really dribble, really couldn't shoot, but we just played hard, and we kind of stood out because of that, and our skills kind of came later. Jeremy has it's scary, man, honestly. You don't want me to be perfectly honest with you, because I saw him when he was, 12, 13, 14, and his arms were about as big as this cord right here. And he couldn't even dunk yet. Now, to see him where he's at now is it's unbelievable. And he works hard. So that's even more scary because he's only going to get better. So I'm just honored and blessed, man, honestly, to be able to play with my brother and see him grow like he's grown and see where he can be and where he's going to go. So sky's the limit for Jeremy. And I'm going to do all I can to make sure he gets to where he needs to be.
He can play a lot of different positions, but it looks like he may be trending more towards power forward, honestly. Do you see that for him?
He can do a little bit of everything. So whatever we ask him to do, he's going to do it. But whatever his positions ends up being, I'm sure he'll do it to the best of his ability.
Playing with Jeremy, Russ, Dre, you guys are all so athletic and the game is so fast. For those of us who aren't out there on the court with you, what does that feel like?
Honestly, like a Tasmanian Devil type feel, to be honest with you. Just to see those guys, because those guys run just as fast as I do, moving just as fast as I do. So it's just like, my goodness, it's just hard. Like when you see somebody run that fast, or somebody, go out for a steal on the break and is running as fast as Dre, or as fast as Russ, or as fast as Jeremy, it makes you have to run as fast as them. So I bet it looks crazy out there, honestly. I can only imagine how it looks. But from playing out there, it's just like literally like a Tasmanian Devil film. It's just everybody, just Crash Bandicoot, just going all over the place. So it's kind of fun.
What do you have to do to convince Jeremy to want to participate in the dunk contest?
I got to do it with him, honestly. I got to do it with him. So we'll see how that goes.
Anybody else?
Victor, you know, we've discussed you handling more ball handling duties. We discussed that a couple of different times. What's the difficulty in not doing it so much in the regular season, or not getting a lot of opportunity to do it in the regular season, and then suddenly being thrust into that position in the postseason?
I mean, it was, I'm guessing because I wasn't used to it, maybe, at the time. But, you know, I just did all I could, man, at the end of the day. So, I mean, you could say, yeah, in the regular season, the experience could help. But at the end of the day, I'm a basketball player, so I got to go out there and figure it out as well. But, I mean, I like handling the ball. I like making decisions. And I know I can. Now it's a matter of just doing it on a consistent basis.
Anybody else?
Y'all were very distracting today. My man had the papers, the lights, the doors. I was like, man, it's crazy.
All right, thanks.
No problem.
Thank you, Victor.
It was just funny because Russ, he's a funny guy. He's kind of crazy in a sense, but he's funny. And when he normally he speaks with what's going on in his mind. He doesn't hold anything back. And Pat is a good friend of mine, so I'm just thinking about everything that went on during that play, and neither one of them was going to back down. I just thought it was real funny.
What do you think about the relationship between those two guys? I mean, I don't even know if you can call it a relationship, but what do you think about the back and forth they've had between each other, considering that you know Pat and now you know Russell?
I think it's good. I think it's good for the game of basketball. I think it's exciting. I enjoy it. Sucks I had to be on the opposite end of a losing series, but I think years later, maybe when it's all said and done, when guys are retired and all that, they'll be a lot better friends. They'll understand it and they'll appreciate it a lot more.
I think you kind of touched on it last night, but where do you see yourself next season, and how do you feel going into free agency?
Really, we don't know. I had a long talk with Sam. The goal is to try to come back here. Had a good long talk with him and Coach Billy. It's a great organization, first-class organization. Made me feel like I was home. Sucks had to go out like this, but I felt good. Like I said before, the job as a player is just go out there and just play your hardest. try to do what's right, try to lead by example, put team first, be a professional, and those are all of the things I try to exemplify as a person and a player. But there's going to be teams out there, but you never know what's going to happen. Anything can happen, but I wanted to let Sam know I wanted to be here.
This was the youngest team in the playoffs. As you look at the core of the guys that are on the roster, what do you see as maybe some defining attributes or what this team can look like moving forward?
There's a lot of talent. Some guys just need to just mature a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? With any young team, you're going to have your ups and downs, you're going to have your adversity, but I think the main thing as far as this team is just growing. When you're a pro, coming into the NBA nowadays, a lot of guys don't understand the concept of just being a pro basketball player. You still have a lot at stake. You have a lot of responsibilities. Just because you're so-called maybe 22, 23, it's not that much important. You don't have that much say-so. And Coach Billy gave me a good example. Sam gave me a good example. You got guys in the Navy, guys in the Army, powering million-dollar machinery, and they're the same age. So I think the growing part will be good for this team. But when I look at the roster, it's a lot of talent, man. And I was happy to be a part of it, and I think the sky's the limit.
This franchise is in a new place now where they have to build around Russell.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't really seen a guy like him. Coach's comparison might be there when he was at his best in Chicago. What do you feel, in your opinion, is the best way to build around a guy like that?
As far as building around Russ, you have to just, like, I had a long talk with Sam too. I asked him, I said, is your job stressful? I asked him that. We was just, like, one thing about being in the league for a while, you tend to ask your boss, your GM, like, whatever. So you ask him, like, is your job stressful? Like, what does your job entail? Like, far as Sam, he has to just go out there and see what's the best fit for the team. You got to have guys that want to come in and play. It's going to take some Russ going out there talking to guys. Russ is a great guy. People don't understand that. He's a great guy. You want to play with a guy like him. After playing against him and seeing all the antics on video and all, he's nothing like that. He's a team first guy. He never bashes his teammates in the media. He's grown up so much. Guys should want to come here and play with a guy like Russ, because he's that kind of guy.
You mentioned Russ going out and talking to guys. Do you see Russ doing that, or has that been something you could see him doing in the offseason in terms of talking to free agents?
I don't know. Russ is old school. I'm just talking from my standpoint. Like, because a lot of times with free agency, you never know. Sometimes guys are going after the things that really don't include winning. Sometimes you have to do a little bit more to kind of get guys in. Sometimes guys are intimidated of the lights of playing in a city that expect you to win. This is one of those cities that when you come and you put on a uniform, you expect to go out and win games. This is a first-class organization, so I don't think it's going to be a problem to get players here. I never thought that about Oklahoma City. This is about getting the right kind of players that match with everybody and kind of gelling well together.
Being a veteran in the league, coming here was something you'd never had to experience before moving teams. Now as you look back at it, do you feel like it pushed you to grow in a way you couldn't have foreseen?
Oh, man. I did not foresee me leaving Chicago. I felt like I was having a great year out there. Before I got traded, we was sixth place. I felt comfortable, been there a long time. And then my world gets rocked. This is a part of the business. But luckily I went to a first-class organization, like I said before. As far as just adjusting, as far as my minutes, as far as how the team plays, the tempo, it was just completely different. But like everything, you got to adjust, you got to learn. I had a great time.
Playing in the Western Conference, was that an adjustment too?
For me, it really wasn't, because in college, I loved playing up and down, fast-paced game. And that's why I switched my game a little bit more to just getting out and running, because I knew Russ, he would grab the rebound and we'll just outlet. And I had a lot of fun with that. But as far as the West Coast, it was a little different, getting used to the jersey colors and getting used to like the loud city and everything like that. It was still it was something new for me.
Tash, when you arrived to Oklahoma City, fans were waiting for you and McDermott.
Mhm.
Also yesterday, fans were at the airport waiting for you guys. What does that tell you about the city and the fans that the OKC Thunder has?
Man, this city has some great fans, let alone some great people. Everywhere I go, wherever I'm at, is always friendly remarks, great people, keep your head up. Going to the memorial for the Oklahoma City bombing, even more of a humbling feeling. Just being in the area, this going there alone just let me realize why players should want to come here and give it all out for a city like this.
The way that the league is evolving and heading, I feel like your ability as a big man to defend multiple positions, be able to switch when required, is that something that is going to be more and more prevalent as the years go on?
Wow, yeah. Years ago, we didn't think about that. I was lucky enough to have been doing it for a long time, being in a defensive-oriented kind of situation with my previous organization. But being here, especially nowadays, you have to. You really have to, because now they're taking the center out. They're taking the old traditional center out. They're bringing a lot of small forwards to the power forward, small forwards to the center spot. A lot of times we even had Jaren playing a 5 and we had Andre playing a 4. So the league is getting really talented. You have to be, like I said before, when I came to the NBA, when I talked to young guys on the team previous years, you have to be able to guard your position, and you have to be able to guard multiple positions if you want to really stick in this NBA. It's not just scoring. It's not just – you have to be able to do multiple things to be successful and be in the NBA a long time.
I was going back to the perception of Russ before you got here. Several guys throughout the years have come and said that they had a different perception of him before they got here, and then a different perception once they got here. Why is the perception so much different? What exactly is the perception when you're playing against them, and why does the perception seem to be so much different than the reality once you become his teammate?
Well, I knew Russ before everything, so I always knew he was a great guy. I always knew he was a good team player. I knew him way before everything, so I get it. But when you look at the TV, you look at media, social media, they tend to show him in a different light sometimes. They showed him taking a lot of shots, show him having outbursts with his teammates, et cetera, et cetera. The last year thing with KD, it's a lot of stuff going on. So then you kind of look at, like, what kind of person is he? Like, what's going on over there? And when you get around him, he's not like that, man. Like, when I got here, he was one of the first people that walked up to me, like, how's it going? You want some food? Like, he clowned my haircut a little bit. I need to get a haircut. I'm gonna send my barber to you, but, like, he's really one of those guys, like, he's a team first kind of guy, and he's one of those guys, like, when you are in the hunt or when you're in the battle, he gets you that much jacked up, amped up for just a dive on the floor or offensive rebound, any kind of winning plays to help the team. He just brings it out of you, and I had an awesome time playing with him here.
Beyond what you just said, if you could expand on that, what would you tell free agents, potential targets, about playing with him that they might not know?
He's going to challenge you. He's going to challenge you. He's going to want the best out of you. But at the same time, he's going to be there to pick you up and be like, it's okay.
because there's been times where he's snapping at you. Y'all may go at it a little bit, but then when it's all said and done, he's still gonna be a brother. At the end of the day, like y'all still gonna be best friends, still gonna be chopping it up. It's just how the game is. He just wants to win. He wants you to do well, and you have to be responsive. You have to take, like our guys say, you have to be able to take good coaching. You have to be able to take good teammates. A lot of teams, a lot of guys don't tend to normally do that. This is a league nowadays where guys like to get pampered and pushed in certain kind of ways instead of just being tough-minded and just trying to do the right thing.
So would you describe it more as tough love?
Tough love. A lot of guys don't understand tough love. This is a pamper kind of league now.
Taj, you're a New York City native who played college ball in LA, and spent your whole career in Chicago, and yet you're talking about Oklahoma City as home. Do you see a fairly large dose of irony in something like that?
I'm just a people person, you know. People just, you know, I like to go places, wander around, just meet people, talk, chop it up. I'm a people person. I'm not gonna shy away. My demeanor is quiet, but I socialize. When you be in all these different big cities, and you come to a quiet city, a simple lifestyle, it kind of changes you, and it was good for me. I felt like I needed that at this point in my career, so it was pretty good for me.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Taj.
Thank you.
Plans for this off season for you?
Nothing planned right now. My brother's getting married, so I have a wedding to go to. Yeah, that's about it.
Will you attack your kind of off season work regimen the same way as years past, or what's any particular focus for you on what you'll work on within your game?
It'll evolve. I'll try to think of some new things to try and to put into my like a program, like a summer program. But the main thing is just spending time in the gym, the weight room, trying to refine basketball skills and get stronger and faster.
Kyle, no one knew what this season would bring with a new cast of characters in this building. What were your expectations, and how did what happened mesh or not mesh with what you thought this season could be?
Coming into a basketball year, always your expectations and ideas of the season are always positive and striving to obtain and reach certain goals. I thought we did most of that this year. There are obviously things that we wanted to accomplish and achieve that we didn't. So under that umbrella, it's a disappointment. But I'm more than confident and sure that we did things this year that we're proud and happy about.
Carl, are you the best man in your
brother's wedding?
I am, but he's not having any like groomsmen or best men. It's a very small wedding, so I don't think I'll say something, but I don't have to do the best man thing, which is great. And whatever that is, I've never had to be the best man. So.
Have you put a lot of thought into, what you're gonna say?
No, I mean, really, whenever, I mean, my brother means a lot to me, and I'm sure whatever I have to say will come out. Super proud of him, and kind of like the jump he's making is a great one, because I know the girl that he's marrying, and I know the man that she's marrying, so I'm really happy for him.
Since you've been here, you've had this kind of contract that people talk about behind the scenes, and I know guys don't like to talk about the whole idea of being pressured to live up to expectations or anything like that. But how do you deal with the chatter or the things that go on around you when your production may not amount to the money that's going on there? How do you live up to that, or how do you deal with that?
I don't ever face myself in the mirror saying, "Oh, since I make a certain amount of money, I should be productive in this way." I've worked my entire life to get to the point of where I am today, and there's nothing more satisfying and gratifying than knowing that you're putting the time into your craft, to something that you love, and the growth that you can see within yourself. I mean, of course, like, I want to do the best that I can, and with that being said, I have a whole work to look at, and it's just not what I've done in the past, it's what I'm going to do in the future as well.
You've got like an alternative workout method for the most part. You do a lot of the float tanking stuff, and cupping and all that kind of stuff. Is there anything else that you're gonna add this off season next year that you're looking into, anything like that?
Alternatively, probably not. I might work out with my brother a little bit more. We've done it in the past, but I think this year, just being around him, playing a lot more 5-on-5, I think is what I'm going to probably focus on more. I love the float. I love meditation, yoga, anything that falls under kind of getting the mind and body syncing is kind of always a positive for me.
People around the league have termed this the season of Westbrook. Talking about how amazing all the things he's done. You were obviously there for a lot of those things. What stands out to you about this season in terms of Russell?
Whenever talking about Russ, you got to talk about the group, because they go hand in hand. Being around Russell and even being around the team has always been amazing. You've seen what he's done on the court, but the things that happen off the court are in many ways just as impressive. Like, Russell could in many ways alienate himself from the group, but he never does. Whenever we're out to dinner, he's with us, and it's Russell's a better person off the court than he is on the court. So that's a great thing that Russell has.
Taj was just in here a second ago talking about how he knew Russell's son before, but that maybe other guys around him don't know sort of what you're talking about. He was saying that same sort of thing. Is that something that you don't know until you're a teammate of Russell?
Well, it's fitting for anything in life. Like, you don't really get to know anyone until you can really ask questions, hang out with them on a daily basis. So yeah, there's another side of everyone, and Russell kind of fits that same mold.
Anything else? Thanks, Cal.
Thanks, guys.
Carl, what's the winning?
Italy.
For you, you guys don't have to, pay for a ticket and 10 hours on a plane. I'll see you guys.
No sympathy.
Doug, what's your normal off-season routine, program, anything like that? Do you have something that you typically do, or is there something that you want to focus on this summer?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the last few off seasons were in Chicago, and the first two were summer league type situations, and then last summer, I practiced with their summer league team and stuck around, and I plan on doing that this summer too. With here, just being a guy that got traded late in the season, kind of still didn't feel quite settled in with everything, just a living situation, and just getting to know everyone. I didn't know anyone's name for like the first 2 weeks, so except for my teammates. But just getting settled in and being able to work with the coaching staff here and the strength staff, and we got a great facility here, and it's a great city too. So I plan on bouncing around a little bit, having some fun, but also coming here ready to work.
Specifically for you trying to work on basketball-wise this summer? Is it the same routine that you go on and just try to work on everything, or do you concentrate on particular parts of your game?
I try and add something, each summer, because I don't want to stay the same player. I feel like I can still get a lot better. I think I can get stronger. Definitely better, laterally in the weight room, on the court, and just really improve my body, and being able to do some more stuff, I think, off the dribble, and not just being a spot-up shooter. Also being able to work on my post game, because I feel like I can post up in certain situations out there. So really work on a lot of different areas, and trying to improve in a lot of different areas. I know that sounds pretty generic, but that's just something I'll stick to.
You said before that you like playing in the Western Conference. Maybe it kind of fits your style.
Mm-hmm.
Given a little bit more time, how do you think your game can grow next year?
I think it can grow a lot. I think the Western Conference, there's a lot of, the pace is a little different than the East. Teams get up and down a little more, and I feel like that really suits my game, being a shooter who can run the floor, and playing with a guy like Russ who likes to push it as well. I think it can only improve my game, and it was a small sample size out there, just not being able to play as many games. Obviously getting traded so late. So now that I got my feet wet a little in the Western Conference, I feel like I can really have a good year next year and really help this team.
You defended Anderson quite a bit in the series when you were out there. Moving forward, do you envision maybe getting chances to defend stretch fours, and maybe being able to slide down one spot?
I think so. I think I can play a little 3 and 4. I think I showed in that series that I can play against fours, and the way the league is trending, it's getting smaller with a lot of small ball and guys that can really spread the floor regardless of the position. So I feel like I'm just a basketball player. I don't really feel like there's a specific position. Whenever I'm out there, I'm going to be moving without the ball. I'm going to be doing as much as I can to spread the floor and make it easier on my teammates.
You mentioned playing with a guy like Russ. We sort of see what that looks like from afar, but for you, you were on another team. What were your perceptions of him before you got here, and then now that you've played with him, what would you say about, you know, how that perception may be different?
Yeah. I thought he was crazy, honestly. Playing against him the first few times, still think he is crazy. But, you know, I think my first memory with him was we were in Chicago, and I think it was right after he had to wear the face mask for some reason, and we thought there was no way he was playing because it's like a back-to-back for you guys, and we thought he'll probably rest or something. And then he just came out and had a triple-double like it was nothing. So ever since then, I really respected him, just the way he plays, how hard he plays, and you know, how he brings his teammates to a different level out there. And he's really been very enjoyable to play with, and obviously just a great guy in the locker room too. So, you know, I've learned that he's just a really good dude off the floor, real humble, and it makes our jobs a lot easier when, you know, our best player shows that towards his teammates, and, you know, we all appreciate that.
There's a kind of in the playoffs, but throughout the season too, a sort of search for a continued style of play, particularly in the second unit. Who knows what your role will be exactly next year, but in terms of the ball movement, you know, drive and dish style, what do you think you all can do at a higher level next year, maybe with the summer and training camp, to really work on it?
Yeah, I think you hit it spot on. You know, I think we need to get a little more movement out there, and part of that is just because we added some new pieces so late in the season, and it's hard to put in new stuff for everyone to kind of get used to that late. And I think we have the personnel where we can do a lot more movement. We have a lot of shooters out there who can spread the floor, and we just need to do some more stuff to make the defense work a little more. Because you know, I know I'm more than a spot up shooter. I know I can move without the ball, and I think that just puts more pressure on them, and it can open up things for everyone out there. So I'm excited. You know, after talking with Coach Donovan, he's excited for the summer, just kind of be around us more and be able to apply some new stuff out there and really get together, watch film, and just improve. And it's going to be an exciting summer.
Anybody else?
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're dealing with a lot of shit. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Sometimes when you let them talk. Yeah.
I wish. Cool. That's probably the only time that I actually wish he and Russ were at the podium together again.
You don't want to recreate that
a bunch of different things, gaining a little weight, something.
What's your off-season philosophy? I know there's some guys who say really working on, the same stuff every summer and just hoping that gets better over time. There are other guys who like, maybe adding an element or two to their game. How do you feel about that?
Probably more about adding things to my game. Just working on things, sharpening up a lot of things that I'm already good at. So just being in the gym a lot.
What are those things that you think you're gonna try to add? Do you know yet?
Not sure yet. Still gotta go to the drawing board.
Jeremy, do you see? It seems like you play all 5 positions, pretty much. What do you classify yourself as? Can I ask you that?
Just a basketball player. I think whatever position he puts me at, it's got to be ready. I think did a good job of doing that this year.
Did this playoffs though maybe help you solidify maybe a vision of this is what I look like in this NBA? These are the areas I can make an impact. And if so, I guess maybe what did you see? What did you gain from the playoff experience?
I think it was a good first experience, just being able to get here and experience a different type of basketball. I think just being able to be out there definitely helped going forward.
Jeremy, did you ever think in your wildest dreams that you'd be playing alongside Vic on an NBA team?
Nah, yeah. I never thought that was possible, but it just so happened that I got traded here and got to play with my brother.
Having him on the court and on the team with you at times, how has that helped you throughout this season?
It's helped a lot. Just coming to a new team, not knowing anybody really, except for him. But he just kind of introduced me to everybody, kind of just helped the team chemistry overall.
How did you feel about your comfort in your offense as the season went on? It seemed like, as the season went on, you got more comfortable on drives. It looked like you're more fluid there. How did you feel about it? You progressed offensively?
I think I did a good job of progressing. Just staying in the gym, working on just different aspects of the game, even during the season. I think it definitely helped.
Jeremy, everybody knows.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Everybody knows how talented you are athletically. People talk about how high you can jump. How can you tap into that even more and use that athletic skill to your ability next year?
Just go to the gym. Just work on how I can use it. Just getting back with the coaches and things like that. Just watching film and figuring out where I can use it.
You ended up being one of the top guys on the team in terms of three-point percentage. Did you surprise yourself there?
No, I think I took good shots. I think just being able to take good shots, having the players on this team to create for you, makes it a lot easier to raise your percentage and just make threes.
Victor talked about the summer before his last year at Indiana being kind of a transformational summer for him. Do you remember talking to him at that time, or do you remember anything about what he did and what he went through that summer?
Yeah, he was just in the gym all day. I remember talking to him a little bit during, not really during, because he was focused. So, but just knowing that it was brutal, but he knew he had to go through it.
He said that he wants to do that again this summer. Are you gonna join him for the ride?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, me, him, and my brother Jaron. We always work out together in the summer, so we'll figure something out.
I think your dad was in the stands the last game at the peak where you probably had about 4 dunks on 5 shots. What was the conversation like after the game, after you had that pretty good offensive game?
He was happy for me. He was happy that I had a good game, but we still lost. We just had to figure out kind of what I could do better to help the team next game.
Does he ever talk to you about expanding your game and the need for guys of your size and your positional versatility in terms of being a forward to be able to shoot that outside shot now?
Definitely. His game was he can hit a lot of the mid-range shots, and now going forward, you got to be able to shoot the 3. So yeah, he definitely talks to me about it every once in a while.
Are there spots on the floor that are best for you to be in or to catch the ball, receive the ball in, and if so, what are they?
Yeah, everybody has their spots. I like the elbow, left block, and in the corner shooting threes.
Was it a challenge for you being a young player, not really having a training camp here, and then having to mesh and mold yourself with a new team, and at the same time continue your development and progression, and then talk about what the advantage would be if you had a training camp with this team?
I think it was definitely different coming to this team. I think just having Victor here, like I said, just did a great job of just bringing me in and kind of getting to know everybody and figure out the schemes and things like that. I think not having a training camp with them was a little difficult. I think being able to have a training camp with them next year is definitely going to help me going forward.
What was your first interaction with Russell like when you get traded for? I think you met the team out in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what was that like, and can you describe that?
It was cool. Everybody was loving. Everybody just kind of brought me in, so it was easy. I really didn't have to do too much to just mold.
What was it like seeing Russell this season? Like from you're on the inside. Like what is it? What is that experience for you? I mean, we're all watching from kind of from a distance. Is it different for you when you're close watching that kind of season from a guy like that?
It's definitely amazing just being able to see that historic season. I mean, just watching it, being on the court with them, it was an honor.
Jeremy, do you have a favorite type of dunk?
Not really.
At this point, what feels more satisfying, blocking a shot or dunking or a corner three?
It's hard to say. They all have different feelings. So I say all of them.
This isn't something that like most people talk about working on, but if you have to play more power forward, even center like you did this year, will you have to maybe work on screening, how you slip screens, how you roll out of screens, that type of thing? Is that something you might focus on this summer?
Definitely being able to play in the pick and roll as a screener is definitely something I will work on in the summer.
Who's your favorite dunker ever, aside from you?
Vince Carter, favorite dunker ever. Yeah.
That's good.
Would you like to be in the dunk contest? Did you ask him?
Nah, he didn't ask that, but yeah, if they asked me.
Victor said you'd only do it if he did it.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Anybody else? Thanks, Jeremy.
Victor.
Have a good one.
Nice pass.
Thanks.
same way I do. Oh yeah, absolutely.
What do you do to work on your Twitter defense next year?
What's that?
In the offseason, work on your Fred Pass Twitter defense.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I've been keeping track of things he's been saying here, and the past couple of days has been bad. I've just been occupied, but now I'm gonna have a lot more free time to fight that battle.
I don't have a podium. I don't have a podium here. I can't.
I'm glad you don't. I'm glad you don't have a podium. I was actually trying to get your attention during the game last night. I saw you sitting up there in your little booth.
I was singing too.
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. I'm sorry you were forced to sit there with him.
You should feel sorry for him.
Yeah. I don't think you took your eyes off your computer the entire time.
Fred Pratt's Morphy roast.
This is good. No, this is good.
In all seriousness, what's your summer gonna look like?
Just work. I mean, obviously, I'm getting married this summer, which is, I mean, it depends who you ask. It's kind of big. But other than that, yeah, it's just gonna be work. Getting ready for next season. You know, obviously, as soon as one season ends, it feels like there's a lot of time till the next one begins, but really, it's kind of a blink of an eye type of thing. So, yeah, it's just gonna take a couple days here, then get back to it and get ready.
You mentioned the Thunder and you having a good line of communication in terms of what you need to improve on. What's been things that you need to improve on in the offseason this time around?
I think the biggest thing is just continuing to develop as a perimeter player. That's something that's an ongoing process for me. You know, this is really only my third year that I've really worked at becoming a perimeter player. So continuing to work on that and develop those skills and try to become as good of an all-around player as I can be, improve my shooting. I mean, that can always get better, ball handling, defense. So I'm not trying to limit it to one or two things, just trying to get as good as I can overall.
Do you worry about your future at all? Is that something you think about, or just looking now?
You know, I don't. I think for me, honestly, it's if I put the work in, it'll all work out in the long run. I mean, I feel and I know that I have the ability and the skill to play in this league, and if I continue to put the work in, then it'll all work out. So no, doesn't get to me very much. I mean, obviously I'm human, so I have my days, but more often than not, yeah, I'm really comfortable with my future.
You discussed working on skills to be a more perimeter-oriented player, but as you look at the way that the league is trending, Harrison Barnes is a guy that's playing a power forward position, and more guys that size are playing that position. Do you feel like that you can still make an impact being a forward and a center as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think those being the positions that I've played most of my life, I have this kind of natural ability to be able to play them. Really confident in that ability. It's just, I think, along with that, the definition of what a power forward is changing a lot too, and I think it's definitely becoming a more perimeter-oriented position. So, just being able to work on those skills and apply them as a power forward, I think will help me a lot.
When you watch tape of, say, like the Rockets series, do you see areas where you look at the tape and you say, I could help there, or I could do something there?
I mean, I look at myself first and foremost as a defensive player, and when you go against a team like the Rockets, it's such a high caliber offensive team. Anytime you feel like you could add some defensive, some help is good. So I think going forward and continuing to work on my abilities defensively and even offensively, I could be somebody that could help in situations like that.
When you say more perimeter-oriented, do you mean that offensively or defensively in terms of the ability to guard, to switch and guard a shooting guard or a small forward? Or what do you mean specifically, I guess?
I mean, really both. Defensively is huge too, though. I mean, obviously guarding a power forward is much different than guarding a shooting guard or a point guard. And the way that we play defense, especially with the way the league is trending, you switch 1 through 4 pick and rolls a lot. So being somebody that not only can guard a forward, but also be able to switch onto a point guard and be able to hold my own and get stops is really important.
Twitter savvy. I mean, are you aware of kind of this swell of support that's kind of gotten going in terms of people wanting to see what you can do because you haven't had that much of an opportunity with the Thunder?
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of it. It's obviously, you know, it makes you feel good knowing that there's people out there that believe in you and there's people that have your back and want to see what you can do. So it's extra motivation to keep working, to get better, so that when my time does come, I can go out there and show what I can do and be somebody that can help this team.
Johnson, it seemed like you got a call up almost at every opportunity this year from the D-League. Can you say how that time spent in the D-League has developed you, and if so, what specific areas can you say?
Yeah, I think you can ask any player. Like, you can work on drills all day, every day, but if you don't have the ability to apply them in a game setting, then it doesn't really help you. I think that's the biggest thing, is that I would come in every single day and I would work with the coaches and get better in drills and do all these things in a drill practice setting. But having the opportunity to play with the blue and apply them helped me a lot. It showed me, you know, where it helped me find an identity in terms of my skill set and my abilities, as well as giving me a venue to work on the things that I'd been practicing and to apply them against some really good players.
What else are you up to this summer?
Not much, man. Just policing you, mostly. It's a full-time job. That's that too. That too.
That's a full-time job too.
Yeah, seriously. It's in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I don't know if anybody in here has been. Yeah, it's beautiful. So, yeah, busy.
What about the
Honeymoon,
honeymoon?
TBD right now. I know, and it's.
What's the weirdest detail about planning a wedding you didn't think you'd have to stress over?
Oh my gosh, jeez. There's honestly so much. Drapery, whatever that is.
I don't know.
It's like, I guess, lighting on the ceiling or like flowers. I don't see. I try to stay back. I have so little opinion on so many things, other than as long as I leave there married and everybody has a good time. But there's so much to it that I had no idea. I did pick the DJ though. I picked the DJ, and I think I did a good job. But fingers crossed on that one.
Not a band.
Not a band. No, I'm a DJ guy. You a band? Would you?
DJ guy.
That's right. Millennial.
Josh,
Anything else for John?
How encouraging is it to see what happened with
Kristen this year, the way things worked out, being able to be called up from the D-League team, get a shot, the roster spot open up at the right time. How encouraging is that to you, to see that, knowing where you are, and he eventually got that call and stayed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very encouraging. I think it, first of all, a lot of credit to Samaje. Like, the work that he's put in and how talented he is really showed, and he got an opportunity and he didn't waste it. And it just shows that when you do put that work in and get that opportunity, you'll be ready and you'll be able to make an impact, and you can stick in this league. And you know, he's helped make a name for himself and show that he can be here, and I hope to do the same thing.
Josh, you wrote something for your blog about kind of differences between a lifestyle and performance athlete. If you do get a kind of a crack in the NBA, it might not be a 36 minutes a night kind of deal. Is in some ways that sort of what you were referencing, that if you're a performance athlete, you make the best out of your 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, and how do you do that, I suppose?
Absolutely. I think that's crucial. I think whatever you're given, you need to make the most out of it. I think that a lot of times people get caught up worrying more about exactly how many minutes they get rather than what they do with those. Whether it's 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 10, 20, whatever it is, I think whatever you're given, if it's on the low end of the spectrum, and if you take full advantage of that and make the most out of it, it's inevitable that that'll increase. So I think it's really important to not look forward too much. Think about where you are, stay in the moment, stay and be happy with what you have right there. Don't be satisfied. You know what I mean? There's a difference between being happy and being satisfied. But taking advantage of what you have and using it to the best of your ability and maximizing your opportunity.
Even in that specific moment, like on that specific possession, for 3 minutes worth of possession, how do you physically, mentally turn the switch to be able to impact the game in such a brief amount of time?
It's tough. It's a skill that you have to, I mean, I'm not perfect at it. I don't think there's very many people that are. It's just the ability to place like the utmost importance on every single second. Every second is the most important second there is because it's the only one you have. You know what I mean? It's a skill. It's really difficult. But I think if you're able to do that, then that helps you maximize everything you have, maximize your time, and get the most out of every situation.
You've seen D-League, NBA from both sides a lot, but the two-way contracts and the higher salaries in the D-League, how do you think that's going to affect the D-League and I guess the G-League now and then in the NBA as well? What kind of effects do you think you'll see there?
I think we're going to see a lot of improvement. I think obviously there being increase in salary, inevitably it's going to attract players that may usually opt to go overseas for more money. It may draw them back in because of the fact that they can have a bigger salary here, and then the competition, obviously then with that the competition level rises, and I think you're going to get, because of that, players are going to get a lot better because they go against better competition every single night. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how it goes.
Do you think it's is it possible that like Brandon Jennings went overseas and Mudiay went overseas? Like, do you think it would be a possibility for a high school kid to just jump, because you could jump to the D-League? Do you think that's something that we could potentially see?
I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised. Like I think 15 years ago, if somebody had asked if you'd ever see a guy go from high school to overseas, people probably would have been pretty skeptical and not imagined it happening. So I don't want to count it out. I could definitely see it happening with the way everything's trending, and the way that the G League is developing now. So I definitely can see that happening in the future.
Okay. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, everybody except Fred.
I think the season overall has been good. There was ups and downs, but overall I think I learned a lot from the coaching staff, the players, this organization on how they do stuff and approach everything. I think I've learned a lot and I got better as a player.
Thomas, you didn't play Summer League last year because of the Olympics, but are you planning on playing Summer League this year?
Yes, we have a schedule with the Thunder, and I'll be playing Summer League this summer.
What do you? I mean, this is your first off season like as an NBA player. So do you know what you're going to be doing yet? Is that still something you need to figure out, like how to work that?
In terms of my game or just the overall schedule?
Anything, just kind of what you're doing with your life, how you're working out, just everything.
We've talked to the Thunder, and there's a specific schedule for me this summer just to improve on my game, do summer league, play national team, just everything to prepare me for next season.
How about lifestyle-wise? Is there anything that you plan on doing? Is it weird to have so much free time?
It's not that much free time for me, but yeah, I plan on going home for a bit. Yeah.
Are you excited to see your family and everything like that? What do you think you'll do when you go back home?
So I'll be going home for my brother's wedding in June, and then beginning of August I'll be there for the national team. So I'll be there with my family too.
Tomas, start of the season, you had challenges. You said the game was really fast. Once you got to the middle part, you talked about how it started to slow down. When that went away, what were the other challenges for you later in the season that wasn't really an issue at the beginning, but you just couldn't see it because you hadn't had that much time on the court? Can you remember anything that you were able to, that was a challenge for you late in the season that you?
Just basically being ready to play against different opponents and different styles of play. Houston was playing small ball. Just being ready to come out in those situations and contribute to the team, and just yeah. I don't know. So.
What did starting as many games as you did this season do for you in your rookie season?
I think it helped me a lot just to gain experience, to learn the game. I thought I knew what I was going to come into in the NBA, but you never know. It's your first season. Everything was a lot different, and I think this season helped me a lot to prepare myself for the next year.
How did you feel when you went from starting all of those games in a row to going to that bench role? I mean, how did that affect you?
I think it didn't affect me in either way. I was prepared to come out and play and help the team in any way I could. Kept working hard, just being prepared for when my name was called.
What did your dad say when you went from a starter to a bench player? What was that conversation like?
He just said, be patient. It's your first year. You still have many more to come. Just keep working hard and everything will come.
For you, was there a noticeable difference when you were going up against, other starting big men in the league and then coming off the bench, kind of a difference in talents that maybe gave you a little bit more confidence out there?
You don't really notice it as much. You just come out and try and play as hard as you can and try and contribute to the team. Maybe if you think about it, but I think the main focus was for me to come out and be ready to play.
What was your toughest moment this year?
I think I was struggling a bit this season, in the middle of the season, and just staying positive and keep working hard and just keep working on my game and just being prepared for the games.
How do you work it so that you're not kind of discouraged in those moments? Do you have teammates telling you stuff? Do you like handling it on your own? What's your mentality there?
I like to handle it on. I like to handle it on my own, but I'm really lucky to be part of this organization because the coaching staff and my teammates helped me a lot through it. They just kept pushing me forward, telling me to stay focused and just keep playing basketball.
Tomas, what was going through your head the first time you met Steven Adams and Enes Kanter and Mark Bryant, all these big dudes that you're gonna have to deal with all year?
They're a great group of guys. I love them. It's been a great year. Just learning from all of them. It's just been it was a bit funny, but it's also been great for me to improve.
Tomas, three-point shooter, it wasn't really something that you did in college. I think you maybe made, 7, 8, or 9 three-pointers your entire college career. It became a big factor for you in your rookie year. Talk about, it takes a lot of confidence to take that shot out there. Seemed like you were really comfortable late in the year. You were knocking it down. What was the key to that? I mean, what really was behind that development so quickly?
I knew that was a big emphasis on my game. This summer I was working out to get drafted to extend my range if I wanted to play as a four-man in the NBA, and just putting in that time this summer and then in preseason with Mark Bryant, just working on it every day, and then coming here having trust from my teammates to shoot it. Every time I had it, they wanted me to shoot it, so just putting that confidence in me helped me a lot.
And then you went from there to posting up. Was that part of a plan? It seemed like you were shooting the 3 1 while you got your confidence up with that. And I noticed that in the second part of the season, you were posting up, being more physical, making a lot of tough plays around the basket. Was that by design?
It just sort of happened that way. We just started reading mismatches in the game. I started getting a couple touches. Things turned out good, so coach started to trust me more in that situation, and then I tried to take it to my advantage.
I have one. Bueno, ya hemos hablado en español, sé que lo hablas muy bien, por eso estoy preguntando. Bueno, primero que todo te quiero felicitar porque, bueno, fue un éxito dentro de lo que cupo toda la temporada. Fue una temporada de locos con lo que pasó con Russell Westbrook. De locos me refiero en lo positivo. Fuiste titular en una etapa de la campaña. Después, bueno, te movieron a la segunda unidad, sin embargo, tu rendimiento siempre estuvo en un alto nivel. Dos preguntas quiero que me contestes rapidito. ¿Qué conclusiones puedes sacar de tu primera temporada de la NBA y qué es lo que esperas mejorar para la próxima campaña?
Creo que este año ha sido un año muy importante para mí, para saber todo lo que viene en la pista. Es algo todo muy nuevo y estoy muy contento de cómo me ha ido este año. Y para el año que viene, pues pienso que este año me ha ayudado mucho. Este verano va a ser un verano muy importante para mí, para jugar y mejorar mi juego, y creo que el año que viene va a ser un buen año.
Tu experiencia de jugar con Russell Westbrook, ¿qué te deja como novato y como jugador de la NBA?
Pues creo que es algo increíble. Jugar con Russ es una experiencia increíble y única, especialmente en este año que ha sido algo histórico, y estoy muy contento de ser su compañero de equipo.
Compartir con Abrines, ¿cómo fue esa experiencia?
Pues muy bien, Abrines es un chaval muy bueno, llevamos siendo amigos ya mucho tiempo y de estar juntos en la NBA es algo muy, muy especial.
Le pregunté a Westbrook sobre la posibilidad de escuchar una conversación en español de Abrines contigo y me dijo de que él no entendía mucho. ¿Cuándo van a comenzar a mostrarle un poquito del idioma y enseñarle, meterlo dentro de la cultura?
Poquito a poquito le estamos enseñando un poco de español y cada día está mejorando.
Muchas gracias. Anybody else?
That better be Elisa. Translated.
Karina, you get that?
They're like, he's like, what's Russell Westbrook's baby's
Triple.
name? Oh.
Man.
How would you say that you did in your first year?
I think pretty good. I didn't expect to play that much and just play at the level I was playing in as soon as possible. Like it just took me like 2-3 weeks to understand the way they play here, actually because of the teammates I had. So I just gotta say, like, I'm really happy to be here, and I think I did a great job now. Just can't wait to move forward next season.
What are your expectations for next season?
I mean, I know I gotta work a lot this summer. It's just gonna be my first summer off. I know I got national team, but still I got like a couple months to work. That's never gonna happen in the past. So I'll work on just not be just a shooter. Try to help the team in pick and rolls and try to create for the teams like Victor does, for example, or Russ, and just help more the team next year.
Alex, what were some of the biggest differences from playing overseas to here that you feel like you got to now take into summer and make your game a little bit different in some ways?
I mean, the physicality. I mean, I've been on the weight room a lot this year, so I think that was a really important point to work on this year. We did a great job with the strength coach. So I think I still gotta work on this, the lower body especially, and besides of this, also the basketball. Because
Are you also going to play summer league too? Domas said that he was playing.
no, I'm not coming. I mean, I would like to, but I got a couple weddings in the same dates, so I'll come before and stay here for like a month, around a month, I don't know still, and work with the coaches here.
Coach Donovan always talks about your feet, having good feet in terms of your defensive ability to stay in front of guys. Do you work on that? Is that something that's natural, or how do you work on that?
You gotta work on that. You gotta ask Darko. After every practice, we've been doing some choppy steps, like recovering for the low position to your man, and then explosion steps, and that's a thing you gotta do to get better. I think just you gotta do like 100 or 1,000,000 times to just keep improving and be faster.
What was it like guarding guys like Lou Williams and Eric Gordon for a full series? I mean, these are veterans who play a vaguely similar role to you, maybe at a very high level. What was that like for you guarding those guys?
I mean, it's pretty hard because there's so much like great players, and you barely see this overseas one-on-one players. They can shoot, penetrate, and do almost everything. But as the series went through, I think you get to know the players. What are their tendencies to going left, going right, shooting, step back, just fake and draw fouls. So I think just the thing that you work on, you learn about it, and just watch some tape also, and then it's way easier to play defense against those guys because you know what they're going to do most of the times.
What you mentioned there about a guy that can play one-on-one, can shoot it from the outside, can take a guy off the dribble too. You feel like that's something that you're kind of on a track towards being kind of that all-around offensive threat?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to work this summer. I know this year I was more like just a shooter. But, I mean, I know I can put the ball on the floor, help the team in just penetrations and get open shots to other guys. So that's where I like to work and be better at that.
Do you feel like you play better when you're involved that way? Do you feel like you
Yeah, because I know I can do more things. So I don't want to be just a shooter, as I said. I just want to be like a complete player, shooter, mid-range, dunker if I can, help on the rebound. So I just want to help the team as much as possible.
At the beginning of the year, you said a few times that you were kind of adjusting from the style that you were playing in Spain to now like the NBA style. How do you feel like you did with that by the end of the year? And do you think that there are parts of, off-ball movement and that kind of stuff offensively that you can further incorporate into your game moving forward?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the rules also are different here than in Spain. So the way you space the floor and the way the team goes around Russ especially, you got to do things differently than overseas. So I think, I mean, as I said before, it took me like around a month to figure it out and be comfortable with. But I think during the rest of the season, I think I did a really good job understanding the way they play, the way the coaches wanted me to play, and that's what I did. So I still can learn from that.
Alex, it seems like you took strides defensively this season. What work went into that on that side of the ball for you?
It was pretty hard. I mean, the players here are much faster in Europe, so at the beginning it was pretty hard. So that's why I've been working on the weight room and on the court with some coaches or some other players almost every day, and I think I get better on the defense. On the defense aspect of the floor. So I know I'm still not the best defender, but I will keep trying to be the best defender I can.
Anybody else? Yo tengo una rapidito.
Nothing? Matt?
Dale. Bueno, la misma pregunta que le hice básicamente a Domantas, su evaluación de su primera temporada con el Oklahoma City Thunder. Bueno, te hago dos preguntas en una porque para avanzar. La primera, bueno, como te comentaba, tu evaluación de tu primera temporada como jugador de la NBA y como jugador del Oklahoma City Thunder. Y la segunda, ¿qué esperas mejorar de cara a la próxima temporada?
Pues la valoración yo creo que bastante positiva, ¿no? De hecho, pues tampoco, si me llegas a preguntar antes de venir de si hubiera jugado tanto, si me hubiera adaptado tan rápido, te hubiera dicho que no, que ni en broma. Así que yo creo que bueno, en ese aspecto estoy bastante contento. He jugado minutos muy buenos, minutos importantes también, que para mí pues la verdad es que me da mucha confianza como jugador. Y bueno, también la confianza que me han dado los jugadores y la ayuda y entrenadores ha sido increíble, ¿no? Y gracias a ellos pues ahora mismo estoy donde estoy. Y para la temporada que viene pues hay aspectos a mejorar, está claro. Sé que he mejorado bastante en defensa, pero todavía tengo mucho que mejorar. No quiero tampoco en ataques quedarme estancado como solo un tirador. Quiero pues, aportar cosas al equipo como crear juego y tiros abiertos para los demás. Bueno, simplemente pues jugar un poco más de pick and roll a lo mejor y convertirme un poco más en lo que hace Víctor, ¿no? Dentro del partido.
Hablando brevemente sobre tu experiencia de jugar con Russell Westbrook y lo que hizo, bueno, toda la temporada histórica que todavía muchos estamos en shock aquí en la ciudad de Oklahoma City y también a nivel nacional. Háblanos un poquito sobre tu experiencia de compartir duela con él y qué es lo que te ha dejado todo esto.
Pues la verdad es que ha sido increíble, ¿no? El simple hecho de estar con el que creo que ahora mismo es el mejor jugador de la NBA en la mejor temporada, ¿no? que se ha visto en la NBA desde hace mucho tiempo. Yo creo que para mí es un honor, ¿no? Es algo que dentro de 20 años pues poder contar a mis amigos, a mis hijos, a quien sea, y nadie me lo va a quitar, ¿no? Y bueno, simplemente el hecho de que también Russell pues nos haya ayudado, no solo a mí, sino a Domas y a los rookies sobre todo, el día a día, ¿no? Dentro de la pista pues nos comentaba pues pequeños detalles que quería que hiciéramos en ataque o en defensa y que nos iban a ayudar a ser mejores jugadores. Y fuera de la pista también hay que agradecerle que es una grandísima persona. Sin ir más lejos, el otro día en Houston nos fuimos los dos, Domas, yo y Russell. Nos fuimos al cine, nos llevó al cine, nos llevó a cenar, o sea que la verdad es que estas cosas pues se agradecen, ¿no? Además viniendo de una superestrella que muchas veces pues parece que viven en otro mundo.
¿Vas para España este verano?
Sí, dentro de 2 días me voy para España porque sí, ya tengo ganas, la comida, los amigos, familia, hace mucho tiempo que no los veo y la verdad es que estoy contento de poder pues ir para allá un par de semanitas y verlos a todos.
Comentaba a todos los colegas de que las únicas 2 entrevistas que voy a tener que usar es la tuya y la de Sabón y las próximas las tengo que traducir.
Bueno, mira, te hago el trabajo.
Sí, un gusto compartir.
Igualmente. Okay. Gracias.
Yes. Samaje Christian.
I don't know. I just always wanted to be out there competing. So when I knew how I figured my number was gonna get called, just try to motivate myself to just be ready to play, and do my job for the team.
Did Russ at all help you navigate this? How did he help you in this?
Yeah, he talked to me a lot. Definitely, especially in the beginning, just controlling my emotions. And if I get frustrated, I can't really let the guys see it, or just playing my role and doing what I need to do to stay on the court. He still talks to me about just doing my job, just doing what I need to do to stay out there.
Besides just being a point guard, or fellow point guards together, it seemed like Russ kind of really is interested and invested in your journey, your story, just kind of the underdog path that you've had. What's it been like kind of having him in your corner?
It's been good. It's been good. Just like I say, he teach me a lot, on and off the court, just how to do things the right way. I can call him about anything, talk to him about anything. He just like a big brother. Like,
You came into this year not even necessarily knowing if you were going to be on the team or not. In that sense, does this, you playing on the whole team and not just being, an end of the bench guy, being a backup point guard, did that feel like an accomplishment to you?
Definitely. When you do something you always dreamed of, or just playing in the NBA, I still got a lot more to do. I gotta get better in the summer and try to do it all over.
Do you have a plan? Do you have like a game plan for the summer?
I work hard.
Getting 1 year under your belt.
Thank you.
Well, going into the summer, what do you feel you need to work on making that transition to a second year? I mean, little things that, I know you said Russ has been in your ear, and he, obviously he's had that kind of a year, but for you, playing behind Russ, what do you feel now that you have that knowledge and that experience? What do you think you need to do coming back next year?
Proving my game, shooting the ball. Just when I'm open, shoot it. Even it don't always have to be threes, mid-range. Just shooting shots I know I can make with confidence. And on the defense end, just staying aggressive, knowing what players like to do, knowing what they don't like to do, and having the second unit really locked in to compete at a high level.
Samaje, how did you think that you performed with that second unit? Because, there were times where they went to Norris Cole in the playoffs. They also went with you. Then they went to Victor in the last game. Do you feel like you did a capable job in the second unit?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we all did. It wasn't just me or Norris or Vic. I feel like we all, when we was ready to play, we played well.
Samaje, did you ever hit a point in the season where you said, because when you're a great story, first of all, how you got to the league, from the D-League, from overseas. Did you hit a point in the season where you said, I can play in this game? I understand what's required? Or was it all just a learning experience the entire year?
I always felt like I could play, but it was a big learning experience too. Just the game, the physicality, everything about the game was a learning experience. But I always felt like I could play.
Do you have a favorite game or memory? Maybe not even like your favorite game, but just something that happened this season that was just the best.
I hit the shot for Russ, probably. And we won.
Right. Was there anything that happened this season that you'd never played in the NBA before? Was there any occurrence, anything you learned that you just you didn't expect it? It was kind of a major surprise for you?
No, not really. No. I couldn't think of one. No, not really.
Nothing with the schedule or travel or anything like that. It was
Nah.
eye-opening.
Nah.
Someone surprised you with a brand new car, would you be excited?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that.
Times during the season you told me how hard, you didn't realize how hard they trained and how sore your body was. Is that something you feel that coming into next year, you're going to try to be better prepared for it, or it's just the workload? It's just how it's just what it is.
I think I'd be better prepared. Just taking care of my body even more. Just doing the little stuff I know I should be doing.
Leslie was kidding with you about not getting overly excited, but is that an important quality? No, but what I mean is, was that an important quality to have as a point guard, to not be, to kind of be even keeled that way?
I mean, I get excited sometimes. It just, I don't know. I feel like I do be excited, just not like everybody else.
Anybody else? Where's the majority of your off season going to be spent? Are you going to stay here in Oklahoma City and train, or you?
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here for most of the off season and back home seeing my family, but mostly here working out.
Thanks, Bosh.
All right, y'all.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.